build an identity theft protection for the Ramsey tribe. That's how the whole thing started at Xandr, and it's the most complete and cost-effective protection out there.
Yeah, and so Xandr ID Theft, they bundle all the cyber tools I need. They've got VPN encryption, 24/7 customer and recovery services, and even home title monitoring. So even if your ID does get stolen, they help you like they did me by restoring your life back to normal.
So guys, you can't go without ID theft protection in today's world. Xandr.com or call 800-356-4282 for the most complete identity theft protection out there.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It's 2 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Bill O'Neill. President Donald Trump posting on social media about Iran's supreme leader as aerial attacks between Israel and Iran continue.
President Trump writes in a new social media post Tuesday afternoon that the U.S. knows where Iran's supreme leader is hiding and adds, quote, "He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out, kill, at least not for now." The message coming after two U.S. officials told ABC News Sunday that the president rejected an Israeli plan in recent days to kill Ayatollah Khamenei. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told ABC Monday that Israel won't rule out an attempt to assassinate him.
ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers, the president also putting up a two-word post apparently aimed at Iran, simply saying unconditional surrender.
And a shot to left, and it's going to be 2-0 Diamondbacks back-to-back. Pham and Gurriel for the Diamondbacks here in the second inning.
It's not over yet, but D-backs fans can at least breathe a little bit easier. State Senate President Warren Peterson telling the Mike Broomhead Show the legislature introducing a Diamondbacks bill alongside the state's budget to make sure Arizona continues to be the D-backs home for a long time. And Peterson says he's confident it has the backers to get passed.
The governor is on board with it, and I believe we've got support. I believe we'll have the votes in the House and the Senate.
Peterson explains the bill will include annual funding for stadium maintenance and repairs. Not so fast. The word from Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays on the APS plan for a 14% rate hike starting next year. Mays calls it a blatant attempt to pad corporate profits at the expense of consumers, saying she will not oppose what she describes as an unjustified rate hike. APS says the conditional cash is needed to keep up with grid investments and inflation. The Arizona Attorney General's office recently launching an elder abuse registry.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays said, "I promised to protect our state's seniors from fraud, neglect, and abuse." Officials say the 17-page registry on the senior abuse page of the AG's website will help families and victims find justice. And at 5:15 tomorrow on Arizona's Morning News, an elder advocate is going to help you prevent your family members from falling victim to devastating financial scams. LaDonna Harvey, KTAR News.
Arizonans from both sides of the aisle condemning the assassination of Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman over the weekend. Republican Senate President Warren Peterson tells KTAR we need to be able to debate peacefully as Americans.
It is never okay to commit violence to send a political message.
Maricopa County Democratic Party Executive Director Eric Lims echoing those comments.
I think we all need to be vigilant and take better care to make sure we keep our conversation civil.
Hortman's husband was also killed in the politically motivated attack. A Minnesota State senator and his wife were shot at their home. They remain hospitalized.
If she could be here, you would see her beautiful smile.
A Goodyear firefighter's daughter was saved last month by a police officer. Captain Simeon Cheatham recounts the moment he heard his daughter was injured in a crash on I-10 from a colleague.
He gave a call and he said, "Hey, I have your daughter here. She's been severely burned." And I jumped up out the bed. I didn't know what to do.
She was pulled from a burning car at the scene by Goodyear PD officer Dakota Berry. Cheatham's daughter has been recovering at the Arizona Burn Center, will soon enter rehabilitation. The Phoenix Zoo receiving a $500,000 donation, the $500,000 grant made by the Thunderbird Charities who host the WM Phoenix Open. The Phoenix Zoo will use that grant to help fund a new 27,000-square-foot veterinary medical center, which began construction back in May. The center will include advanced medical equipment, expanded treatment, and expanded hospital care areas, too. Now to the Valley Chevy Dealer Traffic Center for a look at those roads. To have a crash working in Scottsdale right now at Hayden Road and Jackrabbit Road. Otherwise, things looking pretty good around the valley right now. Traffic brought to you by AZ Trimlight. Enhance and brighten your home with programmable outdoor lighting. Biggest savings of the year this month only. Go to aztrimlight.com for details. This afternoon, we will see sunshine. It will be hot once again, a high of 110 degrees today. Clear skies tonight, down to 84 by morning. Sunshine tomorrow with a high of 112. More of the same on Wednesday, a little bit warmer with a high of 115. Sunny skies to round out the week on Friday, falling back to 112 degrees for a high temperature on Friday. Bright and sunny out there right now, a little bit breezy as well. 105 degrees right now in Mesa. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Chris Merrill's on vacation. I'm Joe Huizenga. Steve Goldstein to my left. A little bit of a different show today, Steve. We've taken a look at a story that cracked the New Times back at the end of May, so a couple weeks ago now. Stephen Lemons wrote a piece for the New Times called "A Septic Tank in This Tiny Arizona Town Could Crack a 2006 Cold Case." It is a very long read. I can't encourage people strongly enough to go and check it out for themselves. It's up at the Phoenix New Times. And joining us today from that story are Lindsay King, who is the daughter of Keith King, and a gentleman by the name of Kelly Waldrop, who is a private investigator. Started his career with Glendale Police, worked with MCSO, and then the NCIS. I'm going to work through a little bit of the details of the story, and then we'll come to Lindsay and Kelly real quick. So Lindsay King is the daughter of a missing man named Keith King. And Kelly Waldrop's this private investigator. They're with us right now. They believe that they've solved a case of how Lindsay's dad was murdered. And they believe they know who killed him and why. And they believe they know where Lindsay's dad's body is, which has not been found for 19 or so years. They believe that it's been cut up into pieces and stuffed in a septic tank that's buried on a property in a place that I'd never heard of here in Arizona called Seligman. All they need now is for county sheriffs in Yavapai County to dig it up. So we're going to go back to the mid-2000s. 2006, Keith King went missing. But before that, he meets this woman named Karen Wells, who is no longer with us. Well, in 2005, Keith King and Karen Wells meet in Prescott. Before they moved to Seligman, they're in Prescott for a little bit of time. They moved to Seligman. They're living in an RV on a 40-acre property owned by Wells's parents. And according to Wells, one day Keith decides to walk out of the RV and go for a hike in a T-shirt, gray pants, and flip-flops, because that makes sense to go hike in flip-flops. So let's start right there, Kelly and Lindsay. Karen Wells' story to the cops back in 2006 starts to kind of fall apart. What did Karen tell the cops, Kelly, and what do you believe happened back in 2006? Do you think Keith went out for a hike?
It's unlikely that happened. Karen Wells, the interesting thing is Karen Wells chose to report this one day after he went for a walk. According to other people that were involved in the case, it was very unusual for him to, or it was typical for him to go for a walk, but not in the middle of the night wearing flip-flops. So the fact that she called the sheriff and reported him missing within 24 hours of his so-called disappearance was very unusual. So again, it rang, for me, it rang a kind of a sour note.
Lindsay, you were a teen when your dad went missing. Because at this point we're
I was 18 years old. I was just about to graduate high school. I hadn't seen my dad in about 3 years. He had some mental health issues and addiction problems, and so I was 18, and I really didn't know what was going on with him. I kind of had heard a few things, but we weren't in contact. And I was in school, and I found out. I ran to my cousin. He told me that my dad had been missing.
Okay. Well, that's where I want to dig in a little bit because, Kelly, you're a private investigator in your 70s. As Joe mentioned, you have this amazing resume. And Lindsay, you guys met when you were managing a restaurant and you were bartending one particular day, is how the story goes. Mm-hmm. So I'm really, some of this feels so serendipitous to me that the two of you would come together like this. So what was it about what you had heard about what happened to your dad that made you, when this private investigator just comes in for a drink, what made you feel like, okay, I have these suspicions and I want to work with Kelly on this? Like, where did the suspicions bubble up from?
So originally, I mean, I was 18 when he disappeared. There were times in the past few years where I had gotten all the files from my aunt and read all the details, and times where I was like, maybe I'll figure this out, you know, but I'm one person by myself. I was like 25. I didn't even have internet at the time, I don't think. So I had to put the files away. And then I met Kelly probably in 2019, do you think, or 20?
Yeah, I believe it was.
Yeah, so he started coming in, and this is a small bar that I worked at for 13 years with a lot of regulars. And, you know, we start asking Kelly questions. We find out he's a PI. Then we're like, what's he doing here? Is he investigating someone here? Because there is a cold case that Kelly's been working on for a long time with a missing woman. But he wasn't investigating anyone at the bar, it turned out. But yeah, so just through the years, he would come in randomly. And I was never going to go, oh, hey, do you want to find my missing dad?
Okay.
You know, but as time went on and we talked more and we really connected, I mean, he's a hero, you know? He's really justice forward and smart. And I think I gave him a tarot reading one time. And yeah, so I think I hadn't seen you maybe in a few months. And he came in and I was like, what have you been up to? And he said, oh, just looking for people who don't want to be found. And I said, well, have I ever told you my dad's a missing person? And very quickly he was like, no, tell me about it. So I gave him, you know, the lowdown. He said, well, I've been wanting to drive up north. I would look into that for you. And I was like, really? Thank you. And that was the beginning. And since then, it was just so great to have somebody like want to help. You know, it would be hard to ask for that from someone, but yeah, Kelly's the best.
Kelly, what are your recollections of meeting Lindsay and the first time she told you, hey, my dad's went missing. Can you help me?
Yeah, it was interesting. I'm always up for a challenge, and most of my cases are all in Los Angeles, so it was kind of nice to have something here in Arizona, local, to work on. But the first thing I did is, listen to her. She gave me her complete file on it, and it was just very interesting. I had an account by another older private investigator who investigated this thing many years ago, and reading that report just piqued my curiosity even more. So I ordered up the case from Yavapai County and read through it and saw it was full of interesting details that and questions that were not being answered. So we just took off from there.
So we mentioned Karen Wells was kind of seeing your dad, Lindsay, at the time, and says, hey, he went out for a hike in his flip-flops and T-shirt and gray pants. Kelly mentioned that your dad had a friend who said that it wasn't unusual for him to disappear for even weeks at a time. And given that he'd do that, your dad's friend found it odd that Karen would report him missing after one day. There are a few other individuals involved in this story. A gentleman named Bill Wilkins, who also had connections to Karen Wells. His name comes up. Let's talk a little bit about Bill Wilkins. You've talked with him, Kelly. What was your impression of Bill Wilkins?
Well, the original idea of approaching Wilkins is that I had, based on my own reading of the case, as well as the investigator from many years before, I kind of got the impression that if anybody knew where the body was presumably buried, he would be the one to know. So I drove to Seligman, sat down with him for about 45 minutes. And the gist of the question was, we're not here to prosecute. We're just here to locate the body for the family.
Yeah.
Thinking that, maybe he would break down. He's an older gentleman at that time. He died recently at 81. So I had some inkling that he might crack and open up and say, okay, for the family, blah, blah, blah. He didn't. He was very obtuse about what he was telling me, not direct at all. and a lot of the statements that he made were very contradictory. So it was, I can't say a waste of time, but I got the impression that he was hiding more than he let on.
Gotcha. So Lindsey King and Kelly Waldrop are with us. Lindsey King's dad, Keith, went missing back in 2006. Kelly Waldrop is a private investigator. They're trying to figure out what happened with Keith King. And we're going to get to our why now. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to talk about why won't the county sheriffs dig up this septic tank in Yavapai County where you're convinced that Keith King has been placed, and how are you convinced that he's in there? That's coming up next on KTAR News. But first, here's Bill O'Neill with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
And at 2:15, this is what you need to know right now. High heat and wind proving to be a challenge as Phoenix firefighters work to get the upper hand on a 10-acre brush fire burning in the area of 19th Avenue and Choya Street. Crews thus far have been able to protect nearby homes and other infrastructure there. British lawmakers voting today to decriminalize abortion in England and Wales after a lawmaker argued it was cruel to prosecute women for ending a pregnancy. The House of Commons approving an amendment to a broader crime bill that would prevent women from being criminally punished. All of our top stories coming up at 2:30. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And checking the temperature right now in Goodyear, we are at 106 degrees. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Joe Huizenga, Chris and Joe show. Chris enjoying some much-deserved time off. Steve, it's ironic that we have a private investigator in here. Of course, we do know that Chris has been suspected of stealing a laptop.
Yeah, if
I'm
you're
sure,
watching, yeah.
I'm sure Chris is going to be a little bit nervous that we have Kelly with us today. We
That
might
may
have
explain
to
why he's
talk
not
with
here
him
today.
about Chris's laptop theft. But we are here to talk about a case that started back in May of 2006. Lindsey King is the daughter of Keith King, who's been missing since then. Kelly Waldrop is a private investigator. He spent time with Glendale Police, MCSO, and NCIS. So we're working through this story where Lindsey's dad, Keith King, who's missing, and then Kelly Waldrop, who's the private investigator, they believe that they've solved this case of how Lindsey's dad was killed, and they believe that they know who killed him and why, and they believe they know where Lindsey's dad's body is, and it involves a few different people. This woman named Karen Wells, her name came up, and she was seeing Lindsey's dad at the time. So let's talk a little bit more about Karen Wells. After first speaking to Kelly on the phone, Karen Wells' daughter named Brenda Lindsey, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So she had told a longtime friend of her mom's that a private detective was asking about your dad, Lindsey, and his disappearance. And the woman asked if your dad's body had been found. The woman told Brenda about a tearful, out-of-the-blue confession that her mom had made while watching TV one night in the months leading up to her death. And the woman later then repeated this story to you, Kelly. Is that right?
Yes.
What did Karen Wells confess at the time, or what did Brenda end up relaying to you?
Let's take it back a little bit.
Sure.
Karen Wells, passed away in 2023.
Mm-hmm.
Prior to that, she apparently had a next-door neighbor. Well, I won't mention the name, but a next-door neighbor who was a close friend of hers. And the next-door neighbor was also a close friend of Karen Wells. So Brenda, one evening, apparently had I'll have to back up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a while since I read the report.
No, you take your time. There is a lot to it.
But Karen Wells was having a conversation one night, as you alluded to, with her next-door neighbor. And during that conversation, she indicated that the same thing happened to Keith King. Apparently, there was something on TV that reminded her of Keith King's demise. And this individual said, "What do you mean?" And Karen Wells explained in detail that apparently Keith King had been shot in the back at some location and dismembered and put into a septic tank. And this individual, again, at first she thought it was Bill Wilkins that was being discussed. But it turned out to be another individual that had not really come up during the investigation at all.
Yeah, and we feel like that maybe was kind of by design.
Well, I'm curious to ask you both, and this is not fair because neither one of you is a psychiatrist, but when things like this, Lindsay, let me just ask for your reaction first. When you start getting, is the feeling that people just feel guilty that they have information that they haven't shared, that they're getting close to their own demise, and they want to, were there factors that made it feel like, other than the two of you continually teaming up to dig here, was there some other element that felt like this is why we're starting to make progress because people are feeling pressure themselves, or you guys are asking better questions? What do you think?
Well, I think Karen went through a pretty, if this is all true, she went through a very traumatic experience, and obviously she was a part of it. So the last thing she was going to do is, unless there was some kind of duress or real reason for it, is confess to what she had been part of.
And she did say she didn't want her to tell anyone until after she died. Also, she kept a picture of my dad on a refrigerator forever. When I first got into contact with Brenda, it was amazing because all of a sudden I'm talking to someone who knew my dad in the years that I didn't know him. And she was able to tell me, about her mom's relationship with him. And so.
Lindsay King and Kelly Waldrop are with us. Lindsay King is the daughter of a missing man, Keith King. Kelly Waldrop, a private investigator. So let's talk a little bit more about Karen Wells and her daughter, Brenda Lindsay, because Brenda also suspects foul play in her mom, Karen Wells' death. Karen died 2 hours after returning home from about a week-long stint in the hospital, a 5-day stint. And according to her daughter, she didn't seem ready to die. Shortly before she passed, she apparently texted her daughter 911. Her daughter lived next door in a trailer. By the time Brenda saw it, checked on her, Karen Wells was dead. The county didn't perform an autopsy. Brenda didn't have the money to pay for one. Karen Wells was cremated. Brenda now wonders if her mom was silenced. Karen Wells always left her trailer unlocked, too. So kind of fishy there as well.
Yeah, and the person that we think maybe had something to do with this was at her trailer a lot leading up to the.
Oh, and if it's unlocked, anybody could have access to it. And that person had, obviously, Seligman seems kind of like one of those towns where maybe you don't always have to keep your doors locked. And maybe they approach it a little different than we might in Phoenix or Mesa or Scottsdale. You're just out in more a rural area. Okay, you leave your door unlocked. You've always done it that way.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think she had just gotten home. At some point, Brenda gave me all the electronics, so I've looked at her mom's phone, from that day. And the fact that she was released from the hospital and then dead within 2 hours was, based on the conversation she was having leading up to it, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. But Brenda had also overheard a lot of arguments between her mom and this other person leading up to that, too. She didn't know what it was about because Brenda didn't really know what had happened to my dad at that point. When Brenda knew what happened to my dad, when she found that out, all of a sudden all these things kind of clicked. And it was like the missing puzzle piece, really, for me.
Well, the interesting thing is about the death is it just seemed one of the only people that would know what happened suddenly turns up dead within a couple hours after she's released from the hospital. The cause of death was whatever the doctor was willing to sign off on in Flagstaff at the hospital. Since there was no autopsy done, that meant that the deputy sheriff at the scene did a cursory examination to see whether or not there was any foul play. Obviously, to his estimation, whoever this person was, they arrived at the conclusion there was no foul play. So that's why they went with the disposal of the body the way they did.
That voice you just heard is Kelly Waldrop. He's a private investigator. The voice just before that was Lindsay King, the daughter of Keith King, talking through this story about what happened to Lindsay's dad, Keith King, back in 2006. I want to know more about who was Keith King. You know, his daughter, Lindsay, obviously with us right now. We're going to talk with Lindsay all about her dad next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. But first, I want to talk with you about fear. Have you ever gone to bed at night in pain, worried about something you feel inside your body? I have, and that nagging fear that it could be cancer or a heart issue, it's scary. I want to be healthy. I don't want to die. I've got ultra marathons to train for. Life to live. Don't live your life in fear that you're dying or something's wrong. Lifeguard Imaging can detect heart disease, hundreds of forms of cancer, and more before symptoms even show up. Their high-accuracy CT scans are fast, painless, and could literally save your life. I got mine, the peace of mind that came with it, one of the best feelings in my life. Here's their number, 602-483-4837, 602-483-4837, or visit lifeguardimaging.com. A little bit more about that CT scan at Lifeguard Imaging. No claustrophobic tube. It takes less than 5 minutes. It's painless. You'll get your results in just a few days. Quit worrying about cancer and heart issues. Reach out to Lifeguard Imaging today. Right now, if you book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. Take the guesswork out of your health. Go to lifeguardimaging.com or call 602-483-4837. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Do you struggle, especially if you either just moved here or when you first moved here, with the way we spell and pronounce things here in Arizona?
Well, I remember when I got out here, and I'm like, I hear this place, Temp, is awesome.
Temp? Right?
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. Honey! What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
What's the secret to a solid night's sleep as financial markets run wild? Thinking too much about inflation? Catch the Wealth Factor with Bobby Iacchino on KTAR, Saturdays at 2 p.m. When headlines spell chaos and your mind is spinning, let Bobby slow your brain down to a walk. Bobby's got 3 decades in markets, and he knows what to look at. Tune in and listen for yourself. The Wealth Factor, this Saturday afternoon at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR.
Celebrate Independence Weekend at Chase Field. Arrive early on Saturday, July 5th to get the D-backs patriotic tee. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:30. Good afternoon. I'm Bill O'Neill.
Members, we voted 8 ayes, 2 nays, and 0 not voting. You have passed Senate Bill 1735.
The bipartisan proposed budget in the Arizona Senate passing the Appropriations Committee 8-2 today. KTAR's Heidi Hommel live in the News Center now with what's in it.
Senate Appropriations Committee Chairman John Kavanaugh says no one got everything they wanted, adding it involved a lot of compromise.
In K-12, we fully funded the K-12 supplemental for 2025, which makes sure that all the districts get their full formula funding.
However, State Senator Mitzi Epstein voted against it, saying she'd like to see double the money for child care.
The state should be doing more for child care. This $45 million we've got is going to be a good step in the right direction. It should have been 112, so we're doing half.
Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And the budget could be voted on by the full Senate as soon as tomorrow. Republicans on the U.S. Senate Finance Committee unveiling proposed changes to President Trump's Big Beautiful Bill.
The Senate version makes tax cuts permanent, whereas if you look at the House version, that sunsets them. You're also dealing with differences in the Senate as it relates to changes to the provider tax Medicaid provisions. That drops that percentage from 6 to 3.5%. SALT. We've talked a lot about those. For example, the debt limit hike in the Senate bill is $5 trillion as opposed to $6 trillion. And the reality here is that they are making a lot of changes in the Senate side, and it will set up a clash with the House, for example, and even with the White House.
That's ABC's Catherine Falders reporting.
Eyes on Education.
Are you struggling to send your child to preschool due to high costs or wait lists? Local experts are weighing in on how inaccessible child care really is here.
There are around 379,000 Arizona children under the age of 5 in the state, 61% of whom need some form of child care during the week. That care can be inaccessible to families due to high costs and long wait lists. Lori Masor with Read On Arizona explains how important pre-kindergarten education is for kids.
Those who are having those rich language experiences are more than likely prepared for kindergarten. They're more than likely going to be reading on grade level by 3rd grade.
Masor says that's why childcare must become more accessible. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
Read or watch more at KTAR.com. Prosecutors in Los Angeles announcing new charges against people accused of violence during the recent protests following immigration raids.
Much of the violence in the protests was done by people wearing masks, their faces covered, but now announcing a slate of new charges against suspects accused of assaulting police, firing fireworks at them, and setting patrol cars on fire. LA County DA Nathan Hochman says tips and video evidence are leading them to those who committed crimes.
And when they get this evidence, they're going to find these people behind these masks.
behind these coverings.
Federal prosecutors are also filing charges against around 20 people accused of committing violent crimes in the protests. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
Back to the roads now for a check on traffic. We say good afternoon to Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. You're probably wondering right now why southbound 17 is so bad. It's backed up from Glendale to the Stack. Well, there was a pretty decent wreck about a half an hour ago. That's still clearing out, but the tow truck has arrived, so that should be gone soon. So now that that's out of the way, there's also a crash on the left shoulder of Loop 101 northbound. That's near Indian School Road. And on the surface streets of Gilbert, a wreck at Ocotillo and Greenfield. And in Phoenix, another one at 40th Street and Baseline. Traffic brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Sunny and 110 this afternoon. Clear tonight, down to 84. Sunshine tomorrow, high of 112. Bright and sunny right now, 107 in Avondale. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Kelly Waldrop and Lindsay King are with Steve Goldstein and I right now. Steve Goldstein in for Chris Merrill today. Kelly Waldrop, a private investigator. Lindsay King, the daughter of Keith King. We've been talking about this story that I first laid eyes on a couple weeks ago in the Phoenix New Times from Stephen Lemons. A septic tank in this tiny Arizona town could crack a 2006 cold case. Full disclosure, I started talking about this story because months before that, my good friend Rob had reached out to me and said, hey, there's this story, you've got to hear this. And him and I spent, an hour or so on the phone where he just tried to get me up to speed on it, Steve. Okay. And with Lindsay in studio with us now, Lindsay, I think a huge piece of this story, two more big things that I want to touch on is, A, this area of Seligman, which I want to get to in just a few minutes, of 450 people or so live there. You can't call it a city, really. It's like a town, but it's not even classified as a town. But also, you were 18 when your dad disappeared. I don't like to give a person's age on the air, but you're 37 now. People can do math. Yeah. You've said that not a day goes by that you haven't thought about your dad.
Yeah.
Tell me about your dad.
I was a kid. So my parents divorced when I was 5, and we saw our dad pretty regular after that. He had a Corvette, a motorcycle, a Harley.
He sounds like a really extravagant figure.
He was very cool. Yeah. He lived in a really nice apartment, and his hair was always nice, and his clothes, and he was just like my dad. I thought he was funny. I thought he was really smart. He believed in aliens, and he loved sci-fi. He loved movies. I would watch every movie with him when I was younger, probably movies that were not appropriate. But he also loved music. I remember when the album Pieces of You, Jewel, came out. Mm-hmm. We went on a trip to his cabin. We went to the lake, and we listened to that CD on repeat from over and over again. I mean, he was himself. He was authentic. And as I got older, after my parents had really split up for good, my mom had remarried and had my 2 younger half sisters, and it was kind of like he just wasn't around anymore. Mm-hmm. But I was a kid, so I didn't really know exactly what was going on with him. But I did know from the past few times that I'd seen him that there was something going on with him, emotionally, mood-wise, he wasn't getting out of bed. And as I got older, my brother started to experience these mental health issues in his late teens, early 20s. And it was very much I think this is what happened with my dad. They didn't spend a lot of time together. My brother's very young, and my brother has a lot of the same beliefs that my dad did. Mm-hmm. And so for the past 15 years, I've been really trying to get my brother, stable.
Mm-hmm.
And when I started searching for my dad in the past couple years, I found a 3 or 6-page psych eval of my dad that I never knew of, which gave me this insight to my dad's life that I never had before. And I really did feel like if I could figure out what happened to my dad, figure out who he actually was, that I would be able to help my brother. And it really has helped. My brother's doing really well right now. I think a lot of times when people have these mental health issues, they get a little, splintered in their mind, and then people around them are a little afraid to ask questions or to say the wrong thing or to feed into their delusions. And people need to be heard and understood, along with taking medication. It takes both parts of these. You can't go into a hospital and be on medication and not have any safe support around you or anyone listening to you or any way to make sense of your reality, So I feel like this whole thing, trying to tell my dad's story, I know that when he disappeared, that wasn't the end of his story. I think that my dad really was, got killed because he was sticking up for probably what was right. And meeting Brenda and talking to her and finding out all these things about my dad that I didn't know in the years that I didn't know him, it's just very validating. I mean, he helped her. Brenda had met him 2 weeks before her mom did because he fixed her car. She was broken down at Circle K, and he fixed her serpentine belt. She was like, he was so nice. She was my mom's favorite boyfriend that she ever had, So that's been really great.
I've got to ask you, though, how much more challenging, and has it been this way or not? Have folks with the Sheriff's Department or anyone else said to you that there is a challenge that you have this amazing passion for learning more about your dad, for helping your brother, wanting to actually find out what happened. But are there people who have said or have made the assumption that your dad doesn't have as much importance to the rest of the world as he should because maybe he had certain issues and maybe because he had gone off to Seligman? Did that in some way make him less valuable to others, and has that made it even more challenging to solve this case?
Yes, definitely. And I don't think if it was anything anyone specifically said, it's just more of a energy around it. It's he was mentally ill. Maybe he said the wrong thing. Maybe this happened. And it never really made sense to me. And so I never knew if I was going to get to a point where I could really find out what happened and go down this road. So for me, going down this road, meeting Kelly, all this stuff coming together, getting the story out there, having my brother doing better, I feel so accomplished already. And it doesn't end here. There's more. I'm meeting Brenda Lindsay, a beautiful, amazing person who has been through so much in her life. And she's basically my family now. And her and I have, a lot of plans to make things just more equitable and fair and get her story out, because in a town, just like in family systems sometimes, when it's small, the toxicity, the hiding, the lies, the secretness, just to keep the peace is very detrimental to a lot of people. So that's where I'm going with this now.
Lindsay, you just said it. Hiding, lies, and secrecy. Let's go off to Seligman, 60 miles west of Flagstaff, next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You can get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors right now at Red Mountain. If you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, great focus. It'll boost your sex drive. If you have low T, go to redmountainweightloss.com and you can start for free right now this month. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Jim Sharp here, along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. So how do you navigate today's volatile market for your clients? All this tariff talk is making markets a little wobbly, Stuart.
And it's making people crazy.
Yeah.
The first thing that people need to do is set aside their politics and don't let that add more fear to your long-term investment strategy.
So how do you achieve that?
Well, we're not like other financial advisors who pick their own stocks in-house. We use multiple money managers that all see the world differently. And this will help get us to our goal to provide stability and growth to our portfolios.
That's impressive, and that's why I'm a client of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. If you want to get started too and check out to see if your portfolio is in line with your personal risk tolerance, go to assetpreservationwealth.com for a free portfolio review. assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KTAR News Flash.
At 2:45, I'm Bill O'Neill. Here's what you need to know right now. Police investigating after a husband and wife were found shot dead in their northern Arizona home Sunday. Troy and Cynthia Templeton were members of the Arizona Rangers. Officers with the Snowflake Taylor Police Department found their bodies after responding to a welfare check concerning their open front door. A federal jury in Colorado finding that one of the nation's most prominent election conspiracy theorists, MyPillow founder Mike Lindell, defamed a former employee for a leading voting equipment company after the 2020 election. The jury found that two of Lindell's statements about Eric Coomer, including calling him a traitor, were defamatory. It ordered Lindell to pay him $2.3 million in damages, far less than the $62.7 million that Coomer had asked for. All of our top stories coming up at 3 o'clock. For more news, go to KTAR.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. And right now we have sunny skies out there, 108 degrees in Phoenix. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
Hi, I'm Jamie West, and this year Beatitudes Campus celebrates 60 years of bright living in Phoenix. Since 1965, they've been redefining senior living with purpose, connection, and care. From independent living to healthcare and wellness, growing with the community and always putting people first. Join Beatitudes in honoring 6 decades of innovation, compassion, and vibrant living. Visit beatitudescampus.org to learn more and be part of the celebration. Beatitudes Campus, living brightly, aging boldly.
The heat is here, and your home should be your happy place. Rias makes sure your home stays cool, your energy bills stay low, and your family stays happy. Right now, Rias is offering our signature Refresh AC Maintenance, a $1,000 value for just $89.99. It helps your system run better, last longer, and avoid those sweaty midsummer breakdowns. With Rias, it's not just cooler, it's happier. Visit Rias.com/happy to schedule today.
Rias, call Rias, REEIS. You'll be happy to see us.
Native American tribes have been here for generations. At Resolution, listening to local leaders has really guided our plans and how we think. We're protecting ancestral sites like Apache Leet and native species like the Emery oak trees. Tribal members are helping monitor that work. I believe we can coexist, and that this project will help communities like the one I grew up in thrive.
Responsible mining is essential to Arizona's communities and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels, right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold.
Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's Insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
It's Gatos, and did you hear some dope with measles walked around our airport right here in Phoenix? I'm going to tell you how we should punish that dude. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. We start at 4.
It's Joe Huizenga, Chris and Joe Show. Steve Goldstein in for Chris Merrill. We are joined in studio this hour by Lindsay King, who is the daughter of Keith King, and Kelly Waldrop, a private investigator. Have been talking with them during the break about Lindsay's dad, Keith King, and what the heck happened to him, and this fascinating area in Arizona called Seligman.
To be honest, you didn't even know how to pronounce it before.
I didn't. Yeah. I didn't. It looks like Seligman, like the former commissioner of baseball, Bud Selig, but it's Seligman. Steve, you and I were talking about it yesterday, but as I read through this story, Kelly and Lindsay, Seligman just sounds to me like something out of like Texas Chainsaw Massacre of 450 people live there. It seems like somewhere where either you're born there and you never get out, or you end up there and you're stuck.
Yes.
What can you tell me about Seligman? Have you two have both been there?
Seligman is basically, as I understand it, it's kind of a railroad junction. There's
it's on Route 66, right?
It's on Route 66, but it's also a former railroad town. Now I don't know if they had a train station there or not, and it's been bypassed since I-40 went in. So it practically disappeared after that happened, and it's reestablished itself over the years as a.
You say reestablished itself. It's a very small area,
such as it is.
Yeah.
As a kind of a haven for Route 66 people, that want to take the road from Chicago to L.A., going through Seligman. If you talk to your typical Seligman, they're very, very proud of the fact that they're like the mother of Route 66.
See right here on a sign, it says the birthplace of historic Route 66.
Right. Well, practically, from what I understand it, practically every town along Route 66 has the same claim. But
so what can people do out there? Have been talking with you, Lindsay, and with Kelly for the last hour or so here. Maybe it's someone who lives in Seligman who hears from somebody else about what we've been talking about today. But what can people do out there to help you uncover what happened to your dad and what the heck happened back in May of 2006?
I would say the more people share his story in the New Times or this broadcast. I also did a podcast between two giants. It's on all platforms. I want people to hear the story because I do think it's an open secret in town, and I want to make sure that the people that were there hear it.
So you think that of these 450 or so people who live in Seligman, that they know what happened, and it's just a matter of going to the authorities and getting a smoking gun so that the authorities can go into one of these septic tanks, which are on this property, and get the truth about your dad out there.
Yeah, and really, all I really want from the Yavapai police is to really question these people. Like to really sit down and have official interviews with anyone who's still alive that might know something. And what I can't understand is like why that hasn't really happened yet. So that worries me a little bit. I don't know if my dad's going to get the justice that he deserves, if the person that I believe killed him is going to go to prison or what. But I just know for sure that I want him to know that I know.
Yeah.
You know.
You want the person who you believe killed your dad to know that
I think
you
there's
know.
I think he thought he was just going to disappear, go away. He didn't matter. But I want him to know that he kind of messed with the wrong family in this. And when he meets me, that'll be exciting.
Yeah. And Kelly, really briefly, the New Times story does mention, though, someone that Steve Lemons interviewed, that there's a possibility that he knows a lot, and who knows, maybe my words may in fact know a lot intimately as to what happened to Lindsay's dad. What do you make of all that?
You're talking about the individual that we...
Yep.
Stephen Lemon actually interviewed the individual, and I think that was about as forthcoming as he's going to be. As to whether or not anybody in town is going to speak up and point the finger in any direction, I seriously doubt it, but we can always hope that somebody will say something that we can feed to the Yavapai County authorities, and they can finally develop what they call probable cause to further the investigation.
We have about 30 seconds or so left here. What's the next step for you, Kelly, or for you, Lindsay? What you've been on this journey for the last several years. Lindsay, you've been missing your dad for almost 20 years now. Mm-hmm. What's the next step for you guys? Just hoping someone reaches out?
Yeah, and I want to help other people who are in this position and people that have mental health issues that sometimes don't get the support they needed. I want this to have a positive effect on people. I think that's my main goal. And also, I do want justice for my dad.
Mm-hmm. Well, this will certainly be out there in a podcast as well. We'll be sharing it loud and proud. We want everyone to hear it, whether they're in Flagstaff, Seligman, wherever they may be, that I'm convinced based on what I read, it does seem like people have answers to what happened to Keith King, and you deserve those answers and a whole lot more, Lindsay. Can't thank you guys enough, Kelly and Lindsay, for spending some time with us this afternoon. When Steve and I come back, we're going to be talking more about the APS of it all. They're asking for a big 14% rate increase from you and me. They want $20 more from us every single month for a typical customer. And every time I say APS, I just shake my head. We're going to be talking about that next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hey, I'm Bruce. Hey, it's Gatos. And together we are outspoken against hunger.
This summer, St. Mary's Food Bank will serve hundreds of thousands of meals to kids who usually rely on school for breakfast and lunch.
But they can't do it alone. Arizona families need our help.
Just $1 will provide 5 meals.
Our goal? 200,000 meals.
Whoa.
And it starts with you.
Hey, just text FOOD to 620-620 and donate today.
And together, we can change lives.
Message and data rates may apply. Imagine growing up in a home where dad owns a company and you've watched him work hard and build it into something really special. You get to a point in your life when it's your turn to take over and make dad proud. That's exactly what Nate Orchard and his partner Jake did with Advanced Window Products. Hi, Chris Merrill for the best value, best warranted, and absolute best custom windows in the desert. When Nate bought the company from his dad, he set out to carry on his father's legacy by doing business the right way. A fleet of local installers, Advanced Window Products measure your windows. They create from scratch beautiful custom windows that are less expensive than 95% of other window companies out there. And then they guarantee them for life. So if by chance there's an issue, and it's rare, but if there is, local installers come out and replace the windows for free. Labor, glass, parts, all of it. Right now, save $2,500 when you buy 10 windows or more and cover the cost with 0 down, 0% interest on approved credit. Call them at 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. Or do like I do and check them out online. Read the reviews at advancedwindows.com. It's advancedwindows.com.
We all like cash, right? No one likes clunkers. Paul Calvisi here, and this is where Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, they step in with cash for clunkers. Yep, trade in your old clunker AC and get $3,000 off a new AC unit right now. That's right, say goodbye to the clunker AC and say hello to cold, hard cash while it lasts. $3,000 off a new AC unit when you trade in your old inefficient AC. And let me tell you, that's one of the best decisions we've ever made as homeowners. Total game changer. When we recently got brand new AC with Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, we got rid of that old outdated AC that I'd fixed 3 out of 4 summers. What was I even doing? Seriously, this new technology is so much more efficient. We have saved so much more money on our summer AC bills, and now is a great time to upgrade and save during the Cash for Clunkers sale. Get $3,000 off a brand new energy-efficient AC system when you get rid of that old clunker AC. Terms and conditions apply. Visit dayandnightair.com.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, The Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
It's Gatos, and it's time to hire Arizona's #1 painter, Arizona Painting Company. In business 20-plus years in the Valley. Heck, I've been talking about them on KTAR for 20-plus years. Bonded, licensed, and insured. The painters, they've been with the company for over a decade. They don't want to go anywhere else. And guess what? When your house gets painted, they don't leave your property until you're 100% satisfied. Text the word paint to 620-620, and I'll send you the phone number from the Arizona Painting Company. These guys will come to your home and give you a free estimate if you mention Gatos. They buy the paint. They paint your home. Then they meticulously go over your home with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that you're 100% satisfied. They treat your home like it's their home. I've known these guys personally for so many years, I want you to hire them. Text the word paint to 620-620. I'll bounce a text back to you with their phone number and information that you need to know all about the Arizona Painting Company.
Message and data rates may apply.
At Midwestern University Therapy Institute, they take the time to get to know you. This is Jim Sharp, and I know this firsthand because after a major shoulder surgery, I've been getting my physical therapy at Midwestern University Therapy Institute. Dr. Mark Cardula has been great. He pushes me just the right amount, not moving me too fast, kind of like how all the MWU clinics do things, unhurried. To learn more about the Midwestern University Therapy Institute in Glendale, just off the 101 at 59th Avenue, visit MWUclinics.com. MWUclinics.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
KTAR News now.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Bill O'Neill. Aerial attacks between Israel and Iran continuing today. President Donald Trump posting social media about the Iranian Supreme leader.
President Trump writes in a new social media post Tuesday afternoon that the U.S. knows where Iran's Supreme Leader is hiding and adds, quote, "He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out, kill, at least not for now." The message coming after 2 U.S. officials told ABC News Sunday that the president rejected an Israeli plan in recent days to kill Ayatollah Khamenei. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told ABC Monday that Israel won't rule out an attempt to assassinate him. President Trump in his post Tuesday says the U.S. does not want to see missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers, adding, quote, "Our patience is wearing thin." Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
In another 2-word post on Truth Social, apparently aimed at Iran, the president said unconditional surrender. As tensions heat up in the Middle East, thousands of Americans now potentially in harm's way.
As Israel and Iran trade blows, State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce officially announced a new Middle East task force aimed at helping Americans in the region.
The task force is operating 24 hours a day.
But despite this, the U.S. Embassy in Israel says it is still unable to assist U.S. citizens trying to leave the country, and there's no timeline for when that might change. Shannon Kingston, ABC News, the State Department.
Dozens of Phoenix firefighters have been working to put out a 10-acre brush fire in the area of 19th Avenue and Choya Street. We're told strong winds and high heat have made the effort a challenge, but crews have thus far been able to protect nearby homes and other infrastructure there. Arizona's Attorney General says she will oppose APS's application to increase rates by 14% starting next year. Chris Mays describes the plan as a blatant attempt to pad corporate profits at the expense of consumers, adding customers of the utility are already paying $12 more per month than at this time last year. The rate hike expected to further increase bills by about $20 per month. Baseball in the Valley may not be in jeopardy after all. State Senate President Warren Peterson tells the Mike Broomhead Show a Diamondbacks bill will head for a vote alongside Arizona's budget to ensure the D-backs don't slither away.
It includes some funding every year to make sure that the facility can be maintained. It is a public facility, and so the government does have some responsibility, and that will be addressed.
Peterson says he believes the governor approves of the plan and that the bill will have enough support in the House and Senate to pass. New elder abuse registry has been launched by Arizona's Attorney General, targeting complaints of fraud, neglect, and abuse.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays says the 17-page registry will be updated every month, and you can download it by going to the Senior Abuse page at the Attorney General's office website. Tomorrow morning, catch Arizona's Morning News at 5:15 when an expert on financial scams tells you how to protect your elderly relatives from those scammers who are out for grandma's money. LaDonna Harvey, KTAR News.
And it's time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia. It's brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's June 17th, and back on this day in 1973, Dolly Parton recorded her song, I Will Always Love You. Written as a farewell to her business partner and mentor, expressing her decision to pursue a solo career. The country single wasn't released until 1974 and was a commercial success for Parton, twice reaching the top spot of the U.S. Billboard Hot Country Songs chart. It wasn't until 1992 when vocal powerhouse Whitney Houston re-recorded the track for the movie The Bodyguard. Houston's version peaked at #1 on the Billboard Hot 100 for a then record-breaking 14 weeks. The single was certified diamond by the Recording Industry Association of America. The song was a global success, topping the charts in almost all countries, with over 20 million copies sold worldwide, and became the best-selling single of all time by a female solo artist. And it all began when Dolly Parton recorded I Will Always Love You, back on this day in 1973.
Time now to get back to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center with Heather Larson.
Thank you, Bill. Traffic's slowing right now in all the usual places like the Mini Stack, the Stack, most of downtown Phoenix, and all of I-10 west and eastbound right now. Traffic brought to you by Why Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to whyrefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Sunny at 110 this afternoon. Clear tonight down to 84. More sunshine tomorrow, a high of 112. Bright and sunny, little breezy out there too. 108 in Gilbert. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Thank you so much to Lindsay King and Kelly Waldrop, who were in with us the last hour or so, working through this story from the Phoenix New Times and Stephen Lemons. A septic tank in this tiny Arizona town could crack a 2006 cold case. Steve Goldstein in for Chris Merrill today. I'm Joe Huizinga. We were talking all about this case. We were talking about it during the commercial break even. And again, if you have any information for what happened to Keith King, if you live in Seligman or you know someone who does and anyone's told you anything, reach out to the Yavapai County Sheriff's Office and make sure to share your story about what happened, because we want to get Lindsay answers about her dad. And it just sounds like the kind of area, I won't say city or town, but it sounds like the kind of area, Steve, where like this is kind of an open secret and like people know, but like they're just afraid to speak up.
Well, and you characterized it so well, and I'm going to paraphrase it, though, when you said this is a town where you're either born there and don't leave or you get stuck there.
Yeah.
And the way this story revolves, at least what we heard, it sounds like a situation where a lot of people got stuck. Someone did something terrible, and everyone's afraid to talk about it.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk about another open secret.
Oh, and you're not afraid to talk about this, I know.
it's my thoughts and feelings on APS. My best friends over at APS. They're looking for more of your money, my money, Pablo's money. They want a 14% rate hike from residential customers. I was reading through a piece from Lori Roberts at AZ Central yesterday, and she wrote this piece on APS, put a lot of numbers out there. A few things that I think are important to share is APS got a rate increase last year of 8%, which is about $10 to $12 a month. That was approved by the Arizona Corporation Commission on a 4-1 vote. At the time, Anna Tovar, the only Democrat on the board, voted against it. There was a 8% hike that was voted in 2023 to cover increased fuel costs, which was another $10 to $12 hit. Tovar cast the lone dissenting vote at the time. All 5 members on the Arizona Corporation Commission right now are Republicans. There are a couple seats, 2 of the 5, that are going to be coming up in an election. Is that in 2026? Is that exactly when they'll be coming up? And there are even a couple Republicans who are going to be taking on some of the Republicans who have those seats, and they're sniping at each other a little bit.
But not because they voted for a rate hike. No, of course not. It was because it's related to President Trump's policies on energy. So
is it?
Yeah,
is that why?
So I'm not even sure this will be an issue, even though it's an issue to us and should be to most of the ratepayers. It may not be an issue to the commissioners.
I thought they were a little bit on edge about, hey, whoa. So we got 8% in 2024. We got 8% in 2023. Now we're asking for another 14%. I thought it did have something to do with that. You say it has more to do with President Trump's policies.
Very much so, yeah.
Okay. So Lori Roberts has dove into these numbers. She went back just a couple years with the rate hikes. She also dove into some of their profits at APS, which is interesting, or their ROE, which is return on equity. And that's a measure of profitability. They want to have it raised to 10.7% with this next increase in everything that they're going to be going through. Now, last year, it was 9.55 return on equity. And before that, it was 8.9%. So their ROE, their return on equity, is going up every dang year here. Yeah. And as you and I dove into the profits a little bit, we took a look at what Lori Roberts had put into the AZ Central piece. APS's parent company, Pinnacle West Capital Corporation, enjoyed $608 million and change in profits in 2024.
And this was the best part, I thought, of our quick conversation before the show.
Yeah.
Which was, I think, we sort of looked at each other and said, okay, is that actually the revenue?
Right.
No, that's the profit. That really is the profit.
So, Steve, explain real quick. So revenue is just the total amount of money made.
Exactly.
The profit is, hey, after we paid out our employees, after we covered all of our costs, the $608 million is the Scrooge McDuck swimming pool of money
they're doing little dives
that they're diving into. So that was up as well. From in 2023, it was just over $500 million, $501 million. And in 2022, it was $483 million, according to what Lori Roberts uncovered. So,
and this was very quick research, Joe. This was really just a little Google shot to check out at Pinnacle West. But what they showed in the first quarter of 2025 is actually a loss, not a profit. I don't see how they crunch the numbers there, but how do you go from a $600 million profit to then the first quarter of the next year a loss?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if that's because of investments in the grid or there's something else going on. I don't know.
So you go from $483 million in profits in 2022, $501 million in 2023, $608 million in 2024, and then, like you said, first quarter, and maybe it's just how they budget and look at things. Maybe they're going to have huge profit in the last 3 quarters or in a couple of the next quarters. Yep. So you never know how that's all going to look. But again, it's went from $483 million to just over $500 million to just over $600 million the last 3 years. And the company noted earlier this year in its 2024 annual report to shareholders, they are, quote, experiencing unprecedented expansion in Arizona, which translates into healthy growth for our company.
Yeah, I mean, and we know shareholders want healthy growth, but then when it comes down to fulfilling the duties to Arizonans who, as far as I know, fortunately we're not in a recession, but I think we have a lot of people, inflation was affecting things for a while, still is to some extent. People don't have any more money in their pockets. So if your rate goes up even $20 a month, that's a high percentage of bills for the most part. I mean,
Steve, please do not say what you just said. You just played the APS game. You said even if it just goes up $20 a month.
No, I'm saying, but okay. I'm saying what they're saying
is just $20 a month. Because they want to frame this as just, hey,
I'm absolutely not saying
it's just $20 a month. It's not a big deal.
Well, and think about this. Think about your...
It's 14%.
No, that's massive.
It's a lot.
That's massive. But what they can say, and I think they're convincing people of this somehow, and you've got to get into your Commissioner Nick Myers thing again, which we discussed before a little bit.
We'll talk about him in just a couple here.
This is an issue, and again, I'm speaking out of turn slightly because I don't know everything going on here, but APS is a utility.
Well, don't kid yourself. APS wants it that way.
Right.
They want to be somewhat shrouded in secrecy, and they don't want the full picture to be out there, I feel like.
I think that's fair. Pinnacle West, though, as we said, is a profit-driven public company.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that a kind of a hard mix to have there? A utility that, I'm not saying they shouldn't profit, but a utility that also has to serve a community where, guess what? We talked briefly about this yesterday. Even though there are not, knock on wood, extreme weather events here,
mm-hmm.
I would argue the last 3 summers, that's an extreme weather event of late, when our average high temperature is going up to 110, 114, 115.
Sure.
We need all of the substations and everything else to work right.
Mm-hmm.
I hope APS isn't telling us that unless they get a 14% rate hike, well, I don't know, maybe your power's going to go out. I hope they're not saying that.
I sure hope they're not, too. Hey, that voice you just heard is Steve Goldstein. He is in for Chris Merrill. I am Joe Huizenga. It's the Chris and Joe Show. I was thinking last night before I drifted off, I don't want to just rail on APS, the Corporation Commission, SRP. Yes, they're taking our money, but they also do provide us an invaluable service. We need air conditioning, especially on days like today when it's 110, 112, 114, 108. It's hot in Arizona. We totally get it. But I had a few people reach out, and I want to arm people with what the heck they can do so that you don't just go to bed and feel like, they're taking my money and there's nothing I can do. So what are some things that you can do about it? Going to talk about that next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. But first, here's Bill O'Neill with the day's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:14, I am Bill O'Neill, and this is what you need to know right now.
Decimated our revenue.
Senate Minority Leader Mitzi Epstein voting against the proposed budget in the Senate Appropriations Committee because it only includes $45 million for child care when she wanted more than $100 million. It still passed 8-2. Appropriations Chair John Kavanaugh says it invests in public safety, infrastructure, and education. The full budget could be voted on by the full Senate as soon as tomorrow. U.S. Senate passing legislation that would regulate a form of cryptocurrency known as stablecoins, the first of what the industry hopes will be a wave of bills to bolster its legitimacy and reassure consumers. The fast-moving legislation will be sent to the House for potential revisions. It comes on the heels of a 2024 campaign cycle in which the crypto industry ranked among the top political spenders in the country. All of our top stories coming up at 3:30. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Another check on traffic now with Heather Larson, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. The I-10 Papago remains slow per usual at the stack and especially at the mini stack right now. Other spots of slowing, the 101 northbound, and that's going to be right around McDowell Road, and also just I-10 right at the 202 heading out west, especially I-10 where it meets the 202 and then heads southbound towards Buckeye Road. Traffic brought to you by Carolina's Mexican Food. Try the burrito box today, 10 burritos for $49.95. For additional deals, visit carolinasmexicanfood.com/KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
108 and sunny right now in Buckeye. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizenga, The Chris and Joe Show.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. He's Steve Goldstein. I'm Joe Huizenga. Peter Frampton is coming to Arizona Financial Theater for his Let's Do It Again tour on June 25th. Head to the contest page now for your chance to win tickets. And Steve, did you know we're on YouTube right this very moment?
I did know that. That's why we're trying to make sure we behave on camera, Joe.
You can watch and listen to the show. You can catch exclusive interviews like the one we just had last hour with Kelly and Lindsay. And the latest reaction to breaking news. Be sure to subscribe to the KTAR News YouTube channel today. So talking about APS, they want a 14% rate hike after they got an 8% rate hike last year, 8% the year before that. And I was thinking about what can people do if they're frustrated with APS. You can just go to bed and say, well, there's nothing I can do about it. I'm just going to give them my $20 more a month. And in many cases, that's what a lot of people out there are going to do. But as I was thinking about this last night, I was like, you know what? People get, Steve, get ready for a Joe term here. Chris loves this one. Wee-weed up. Mm-hmm. People get wee-weed up about elections all the dang time. That's not just a Phoenix thing or a Mesa thing or an Arizona thing. People all across the country. If it's a presidential election, it's time to get angry, time to scream and yell. Or Maybe you see the big senator on the ballot. And I want to stress, sometimes the biggest names on the ballot, president, senators, things like that, are not necessarily the most important things to you and I on the ballot. And some of the things like who is on the Corporation Commission, this 5-member group who is very important. I looked up on Google, what is the Arizona Corporation Commission? And part of their job, just going to read a little bit of it here to you because it's boring, but it's very important, is a state regulatory body that oversees several key areas, including public utilities, securities, and the incorporation of businesses. Specifically, the Arizona Corporation Commission regulates investor-owned utilities like gas, electric, and water companies, ensuring they provide safe, we all want to have safe power. We all want to have reliable power. We want to make sure when it's 114, we've got our air conditioning cranking. And most importantly, to me, affordable services. So if you feel like another $20 a month is not affordable to you, hey, maybe think about who you're voting for on the Arizona Corporation Commission with 2 seats coming up in a year or so.
Well, I know you've got some terrific points to make to help people know what they should do next, but all the years I've covered politics, all the years I've covered elections, I don't know how many people I worked with who actually every 2 or 4 years, whenever the Corporation Commission seats were up, they would say, this is the hardest thing to cover because it is the most important office that most voters have never even heard of. And yet, like you say, not obviously we know President, Senate, extremely important, but on a day-to-day basis, someone's fixing your utility rates, pretty important to know that.
So the first thing I would say is do your research. So if you're not happy with forking over another 14% of what APS wants this upcoming year, do your research and look at those 2 seats that are going to be up for grabs and think about who you want to take them. Do you want the same members of the commission to be there? Do you want new members? Pretty simple. If you're not happy, consider voting for change. I'm not telling you that you need to, but I'm telling you to consider it. If you're not happy about who's currently on the Corporation Commission, there will be other people who are running against them. Third thing I would suggest is speak up. I know it might sound nerdy, but Steve, when I think matters that are nerdy, I of course turn to you.
Nerdy meaning smart, right, Joe?
Of course. So reach out to the governor. Let Governor Hobbs know, hey, these people who are on the Corporation Commission, I understand that you don't get to pick them, but you have something of a relationship with them. Is 14%, is that really fair? Reach out to the Corporation Commission as well. Let them know, hey, this is ridiculous. Don't just sit there and take it because you don't have to. Share your stories as well. A few people did reach out. There's 1 or 2 that I want to share. Somebody, based on the discussion that you and I had yesterday, reached out and said the point that you made, Steve, regarding a lack of choices here in Arizona. I thought that was invaluable. You want to go over that again real quick? We really don't have a lot of choice here in Arizona or anywhere.
Well, and especially if we want to focus on the Valley in particular, it's SRP and it's APS. And guess what? When you move into a particular neighborhood, you don't get to decide based on rates, based on customer service, which of those utilities you want. It's based on where you live. So if you live in a neighborhood that's SRP, you get SRP. If you live in a neighborhood that's APS, that's it. That's your choice, which is none.
So, yeah, you basically, it's like it's this or it's this.
Yeah, so we'll move to another neighborhood. Yes, exactly.
Exactly. There was a gentleman who reached out, and I thought this was interesting as well. He said, I work as a trash collector that picks up construction debris from data centers in the West Valley. APS says that they've spent $2 billion on grid upgrades in the last couple of years. There are 15 to 20 data centers they need to supply power for. This might be part of the point in terms of why you said they could be showing a loss.
Right.
Maybe they're building these big data centers. So he says there's 15 to 20 data centers they need to supply power for. Of course, they're going to upgrade the substations and transmission lines to be able to supply them power and then ask the public to pay for it. So he said he had more thoughts. He's happy to share them with me. I just need to reach out to him. But share your stories on what you're experiencing with APS. Do all of that. Just don't stay silent and share with us, what else you think we could be doing too, because I am very frustrated by it. I don't feel like 14% more is reasonable. I don't feel like you said you wanted me to get to the Nick Myers of it all. He's the vice chair. and commissioner on the Arizona Corporation Commission. And his point, and they could be looking at some different ways in terms of how the rate increases could be affected. And Meyer said that customers actually want to have yearly evaluations, I guess we should say. Yeah. He didn't say customers want to pay more, but his words were verbatim, quote, customers want this, is what he said last year. He said they don't want to have a massive jump in their rates every 3 to 5 years. So the way I take that is he's saying, hey, people would rather pay 8% every single year than perhaps look at 15, 20%.
Right, but what also the way you and I think are both reading this the same way is that if evaluation ever led to a rate decrease.
Exactly.
But it's not.
That's very funny to say.
Right. So it's in essence, so we should just accept 6 to 7% every year, as opposed to a couple years without an increase, and then it's going to go up 15%. Mm-hmm. Why does it have to go up all the time?
That's exactly right.
Some years, absolutely. Other years, not so much.
Yeah, because that's really what I want. I want a year where I don't get $10 to $20 more taken out of my wallet. How about a year where APS lowers the rates, or there isn't a rate increase, followed by a year where, hey, let's say maybe it's 2 or 3%. I understand with inflation, it could go up a couple percent. That to me is normal. But asking for 14%, here's how I'm telling you this game is going to play out. APS has already drawn the line in the sand and told the Corporation Commission, we want 14%. The Corporation Commission is going to go, whoa, 14%. That's nuts. But we can do 8. Or 10.
So you're saying the classic negotiation of, let's see, I'm not going to get a 25% raise from my boss.
No.
But I'm going to ask for a 25%, and then we'll come back to 15 maybe. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
So the Corporation Commission is going to go, whoa, we can't do 14, but nudge,
can I sell you on 7?
We got you 8 the last 2 years. How about 8 again? How's that sound? So 3 straight years of an 8% rate increase. I'm not amazing at math, but that to me adds up to 24% after 3 years, which is almost 25%. So your bill up 25% in the last 3 years.
Well, and going back to what you were saying, neither one of us is saying, you need to vote these people out of office. We don't know exactly who's running again. And we're also not saying one party is better than the other. But I think what I'm saying, and I don't know if you'd agree with this, is that the Corporation Commission is a regulatory body. So their job is to find the best answer for the community at large. Sometimes it's going to benefit APS.
Yep.
Sometimes it's going to benefit the consumer.
Yeah.
But it just feels like the consumer has not been benefiting in a very long time.
You hit the nail on the head right there. Coming up next, our headline volley, and we're going to be talk about something that took place. What's that I look for?
Because I don't know what's coming. I'm excited.
We're going to take a look at something that happened at Sky Harbor the other day, and we're going to check Steve's body for rashes. It's all coming up next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. But first, I want to talk with you about the foot and ankle pain that I've had in my life. I broke an ankle. I've had plantar fasciitis. Steve, you want me to keep going? I had issues with ligaments. I've got pain in my back at times, but now I feel like a whole new person thanks to my personalized arch supports from the Good Feet store. Go to goodfeet.com right now. Book your free personalized arch support fitting at goodfeet.com or walk into any of the 5 convenient Valley stores for Good Feet in Glendale, Gilbert, Goodyear, Ahwatukee, or Scottsdale. If you've got any foot, ankle, leg, knee, or back pain, find out how Good Feet personalized arch supports can bring you significant pain relief in just 4 weeks. Critical point here, too, you walk into the Good Feet store, you get to try the personalized arch supports before you buy them. It's summer. It's the hottest time of year right now. It's also the best time to take care of your body. Make sure you're doing everything that you can to take care of your feet. Fuel your summer fun, one step at a time, thanks to Good Feet. Doesn't matter if you want to feel better when you're on your feet at work, or if you're training for a marathon, or anything in between. Get to goodfeet.com. Book your free personalized arch support fitting today. Sun-soaked days deserve pain-free walks thanks to the Good Feet store. Get to goodfeet.com. That's Good Feet. Good life.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Call Doug Hopkins 1-800-SALE now. Call Doug Hopkins 1-800-SALE now.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com, and I want to buy your house. If you're considering selling your home for any reason, do yourself a favor and let us show you how we can give you more. With no agent fees, no commissions, no repairs, and no showings, you can get a straightforward cash deal that you can close on in as little as 3 days. Other buyers may try to make you an offer without ever seeing your home. They may try to lower that offer or even cancel the deal after inspecting it. I will never do that. Our team will come out to your house and make you a fair as-is cash offer on the spot and will never cancel after the deal is signed for any reason. That's the Doug Hopkins difference. See for yourself why more people trust the Doug Hopkins team. Visit us today at DougHopkins.com or
Call Doug Hopkins 1-800-SELL now. Call Doug Hopkins 1-800-SELL now.
Phoenix summers are not great for painting, so do what Don did. He called Rhino Shield.
Well, the home was built in 1948. Paint on the aluminum siding was peeling, and I couldn't find anyone who would repaint it until I called Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield ceramic coating beats the Phoenix heat, and the crew
Painted all my aluminum siding, and I've got a front porch that runs the whole length of the house, and all the pillars and everything. And once they were gone, I couldn't even tell that they were there.
With Rhino Shield's 25-year warranty, you'll never have to paint your home again. And right now, get Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price.
Well, I've told a lot of people, do the Rhino Shield. It's really a great product, and if you don't want to paint the house, that would be the way to go.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful new energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides Solar Zone Sun Shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, upfront. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
The San Francisco Giants travel to Chase Field on June 30th for a 4-game series to take on the D-backs. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3:31. I'm Bill O'Neill.
KTAR breaking news alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem has been taken to a Washington, D.C. hospital following what's being described as an allergic reaction. CNN reports Noem was taken to the hospital by ambulance. The Department of Homeland Security putting out a statement saying Noem was hospitalized out of an abundance of caution and that she is alert and recovering. Again, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem taken to a hospital in Washington, D.C. today following what's being described as an allergic reaction. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone by downloading the KTAR News app, and for more, go to KTAR.com. The state Senate's proposed budget passing the Appropriations Committee with some bipartisan support today. KTAR's Heidi Hummel live in the News Center with the details.
Democratic State Senator Mitzi Epstein voted against it, saying she'd like to see more money for child care. Plus,
therefore, we then end up with not enough revenue to pay for our schools, not enough revenue to pay for housing. These are fundamental things that we have to take care of.
Senate Appropriations Committee Chair John Kavanaugh says it funds road projects and infrastructure upgrades.
We have $83 million in infrastructure investments throughout the state, $54 million to finish major highway projects along State Route 347.
The budget could be voted on by the full Senate tomorrow. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Not politics, not games, the voters.
Today, the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors voting unanimously to file a motion for the dismissal of a lawsuit from the county recorder's office. That suit states the board has, quote, engaged in unlawful attempts to seize control of the recorder's office. Today, board chairman Thomas Galvin voting to respond with their own.
Now, responsible people, the court system, are going to determine this, and we're going to do it in gratitude to all the voters to show them that we're committed to them and we're going to do right.
The board has argued Heap's lawsuit is not legal because the recorders sought counsel without county approval.
Eyes on Education.
There are around 379,000 Arizona children under the age of 5, and 61% of those kids need some form of child care during the week due to both parents working. That can be hard for some families with an average cost of $15,625 a year, according to the Economic Policy Institute. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs says that's something that needs to change.
Arizonans are paying more for child care than you would pay for tuition at our state universities and state tuition, and that's a huge burden on so many families across the state.
Read or watch more at KTAR.com. Artificial intelligence continues to impact the labor market, most recently at Amazon.
Amazon CEO Andy Jassy says employees should expect to see layoffs at the company in the next few years. In a blog post, he writes, as Amazon rolls out more generative AI technology across the company, he expects it will reduce our total corporate workforce. Jassy didn't specify when that reduction will happen or how many jobs will be impacted. Amazon has already begun introducing generative AI technology into its e-commerce platform and its Alexa voice assistant. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Back now to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center with Heather Larson.
Thank you, Bill. There is a trailer on fire on I-17 northbound at Camelback. That's on the right shoulder, so try to stay to the left. And that's also slowing down southbound I-17 from northern as you head towards the stack, probably from people watching the trailer fire. Couple wrecks on surface streets around the city, 40th Street in McDowell, also 45th Avenue and Thomas. Traffic brought to you by Arizona Business One Stop. Skip the lines with Arizona Business One Stop, a free online tool to plan, start, and run your business in one easy-to-use place. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Clear skies tonight, down to 84 by morning. Sunshine tomorrow, 112. More of the same on Thursday with a high of 115. Sunny skies right now, 108 in Tempe. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
A tribute being held up to a legendary Arizona sports figure. We're going to talk to Dan Bickley about that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
On air, online, on the KTAR News app. See, Steve, you
nailed it.
You got me upset again over there. He's Steve Goldstein. The dulcet tones you just heard. He's in for Chris Merrill. I'm Joe Huizinga. But, Steve, it's time we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bug.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
Pablo, is it appropriate to say, come get your fill-in host?
Yes.
You know,
I was playing at the French Open. It's on clay. I need to hit it higher.
French? We American around here.
Goldstein
French.
had his decades in public radio, and he comes into KTAR, and
thanks, Joe.
You know, he does his debates, and he
his moderators
just acts like a professional for a couple days, and then he gets in here and he's volleying and going all crazy.
Well, I got flipped off unintentionally at one of those debates. So
Steve, this is professional radio. What we do here, we don't flip people off.
I was flipped off by it's someone participant in debate, so I don't know what to do anymore.
What did you do how did he do it? Like he gave it to you, the bird, like goose or what?
He counted down from 5. He went pinky and then he went to thumb and came to the middle.
Wow.
It wasn't directed at me, of course not. No one would ever want to do that to me.
Never.
I like that technique.
You like to go pinky to thumb and then end up in the middle?
Yeah.
That's a bold strategy there, Cotton. Steve,
that's Pablo's dating life, apparently.
Big question for you. Maricopa County health officials confirmed that a person with measles was on a flight into Sky Harbor on June 10th, and they're trying to notify anyone who might have been exposed in Terminal 4. Now, I said exposed, Steve, but don't get too excited over there. What was the last illness or disease? Or let me rephrase here. You got me all frustrated.
That's
and
my
flustered.
fault?
It
You're
is
on the
your
air
fault.
every day from 2 to 4.
What's the last illness or disease that you'd want to be exposed to?
Oh, God. The last one?
Yeah.
How about all of them?
No, Steve, you got to pick the last one. Maybe SARS? Maybe Ebola?
Ebola. I would say anything that
involves bleeding out.
How about is leprosy still a thing?
I mean,
I would say leprosy.
I'll look it up right now.
Pablo,
we
people
turn
still
to
get
Pablo.
leprosy, or is that just biblical? No.
I don't. It's biblical, sure.
Yeah, it's when your body parts start to fall off. Is that not right?
Leprosy still occurs in the United States, according to the American Academy of Dermatology.
Okay.
So, yes, leprosy still exists today. About 200,000 people worldwide are diagnosed with leprosy each year, mostly in Asia and Africa, though.
Okay.
So I think you're safe, but that would be pretty awful.
Does anyone in Seligman have leprosy? Who knows?
Oh, Steve.
It's a strange place.
See, Pablo, this is why I told you need to come get him. I mean, thank goodness he's not
I might
here
turn
tomorrow.
off his mic at this point, Joe.
I understand.
How dare you?
Pablo, the last illness
Ebola, man. I wouldn't want nothing, like you said, anything that's got me bleeding out. And,
Yeah.
Isn't there like a tie for 50 of these, though, Joe? What about you?
Well, I mean,
Joe's everything.
I have a handful of them already. So,
Joe
I
has
mean,
all kinds of ailments.
I
heard
do.
about your plantar fasciitis.
I've had that.
He's had ballsies, palsies. What would you have? What'd you have? Balls palsy?
No.
What was it?
Somebody said that I had Bell's palsy. I did not have Bell's palsy, and that's why a former radio station member referred to it as fake palsy, which is never what I said. It seemed like I had a stroke one day, but I didn't. I had like a little facial droopage, but I was fine.
Okay.
I think it was just
It
stress.
seemed like you had a stroke one day.
It was the stress of having to work around here.
Pablo, come get your host, would you?
What's
No,
next?
so I have Crohn's, I've had shingles, I've had chickenpox, of course.
Right.
I've had some cysts in some undesirable locations in my body.
It's really not a desirable location for a cyst, but yeah.
There's some that are less desirable than others, Steve.
Pablo, come on.
No, that's
All right.
the truth.
What's next, Joe? What's next?
Okay, so now heavy, hard-hitting one here. Authorities apprehended Vance Bolter on Sunday evening following a manhunt where they searched a vehicle on a rural road outside of Minneapolis on Sunday. They believed that that vehicle had been used in 2 shootings of 2 Democratic lawmakers. A state on edge has struggled to make sense of the brazen political violence that ended up leaving 1 leader dead. Steve, I want to know how you make sense of political violence anywhere in the world that leads to the deaths of others. How do we make sense of this stuff?
I don't know.
Like, how do we get so upset as individuals that we think, you know what, I need to make a hit list, or I need to, I mean, Gabby Giffords was nearly killed years ago. Yeah. That, I think, was some mental illness as well. But I think, is it possible that it's not mental illness with any of this? If you're making a hit list to some degree, isn't there something not right?
Well, isn't there anger, general anger at the world? And if you pay attention, the hardest part, Joe, for me on this, and this one, what happened with Gabby Giffords happened.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to blame it on video games? Are we going to blame it on, someone put her face in a Target thing?
I think that's way too simple. I think it's a lot of things.
I do too. I think I agree, but I think it's one of those where how to deal with it. We're all supposed to put ourselves in people's shoes, right? We're all supposed to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, to what extent does here's someone who lives in Minnesota who is probably not affected in any way by any of the votes of the people who were shot,
but who
and yet decided
who
he
knew
got so
a number
angry.
of lawmakers as well. It seemed like, didn't he have some relationship to the governor? I thought he was appointed for something by Tim Walz even, or he certainly knew Tim Walz.
Everything I read was that he worked at a gas station.
Okay.
So I don't think he had deep connections, and I think this was one of those things. How much do we even know at this point about when President Trump's ear was partially shut? Do we actually know anything?
Well, that guy was killed as well, so we're not going to learn a lot about him.
A lot of people still think there was some conspiracy with that. Why would some random kid do this? I don't know how I don't know why it happens, Joe. I don't understand. I also don't.
Steve, I turn to you for answers.
Well,
you are my moral compass.
I'm also going to say something might be controversial on KTAR.
Oh boy. Okay.
I don't.
Pablo, get ready back there.
No, I may never appear again, Pablo. I'm just not sure why we don't have more regulations related to gun ownership. I'm not saying people should not be allowed to have a gun in their home to defend themselves. I promise I'm not saying get rid of all the guns. I'm saying I'm not really sure if there'd been a better background check, could this guy, or maybe he would just get it somewhere else. I don't know, but that worries me a lot.
Oh, yeah, I definitely think what you said at the end right there of, would they just get it somewhere else? I think that has become very prevalent in the U.S., the way things are these days. Going to check in, find out what's coming up next with Bruce St. James and Gatos on Outspoken. It's all coming up right here on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
When I first got married, I stepped into a wild ride. 3 kids and a beautiful wife and mom who worked remotely. So we needed rooms. That meant a big house. Over the last 21 years, we've watched our kids grow into young adults, and they moved out. Now, I still have a beautiful wife who runs her own business from home, but no kids. And honestly, we had too many rooms. So we downsized. If I had known then that selling a big house to find a smaller one with a better view would have been such a pain, we might have just stayed put. Then again, if I had known about Orchard's Move First Sell Later program, we could have been into the new place in no time and not even worried about selling the old one because Orchard would have taken care of it for us. See, Orchard gives you cash for your home so you can get into that cute little cottage with a water view and a squirrel that pops by every morning to say hello. And then Orchard takes over all the stressful stuff by doing the repairs and the upgrades to the old house, and they sell it for you. Most of the time, they sell the home for more than the cash they gave you for the first place, which means you get another check. It's so easy. Get into that cute new forever home easier than ever with Orchard. Find out how much your home is worth with their free home valuation at Orchard.com. Really couldn't be easier. Orchard.com. It's Orchard.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Oh, it is hot in the valley, and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:45, I'm Bill O'Neill. This is what you need to know right now. Phoenix firefighters have been able to fully extinguish a brush fire that burned through 25 acres today. We're told more than 100 firefighters were able to put out those flames that were burning in the area of 19th Avenue and Cactus Road. High heat and winds were a challenge for firefighters. No buildings were damaged and no one was hurt. Israel claiming to have killed a top Iranian general as it trades more strikes with its longtime foe Iran today. Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump demanding Iran surrender without conditions, also claiming to know where Iran's supreme leader is, but saying he won't be killed, at least for now. All of our top stories coming up at 4 o'clock. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get back to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center now with Heather Larson.
This just in, if you're heading down to Tucson as part of your afternoon commute, there's a closure to know about in Red Rock. It's on the eastbound lanes of I-10. They're closed in Red Rock due to a vehicle fire at milepost 226. We've got a crash in Mesa. That's on the right shoulder of the 60 eastbound near Mesa Road. Traffic brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Hey, Arizona, summer's here and the savings are as hot as the weather. Get to your Valley Chevy dealers today for the sizzling offers happening now. Stop by Van Chevrolet in Scottsdale today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
In baseball, having the right game plan is key to winning. The same applies to your finances. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth. When it comes to managing money, you need a strong team. And that's why we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Thanks, Jeff. Success demands a smart strategy and a strong support team. With Trajan Wealth, I have both. They created a personalized plan that helps me grow and protect my wealth, direct my investments, and ensure my retirement is well planned, so I can focus on winning games.
That's right, Tori. We build personal strategies to help secure your financial future, so you can enjoy life today without worrying about tomorrow.
And that's why I trust Trajan. If you want a financial team as committed as mine, call Trajan Wealth today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
A tribute being held up to a legendary Arizona sports figure. We're going to talk to Dan Bickley about that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Chris and Joe Show. I am Joe Huizinga. He is Steve Goldstein, on air, online, on the KTAR News app. Cut that out, Steve. This is your last segment
I know,
here,
that's
and
why
you're
I'm
just
doing it.
being a wise guy. We have Gatos in with us. We have serious things to talk about. Gatos, we have big problems going on in the Valley. APS. 14% more is what they're asking for. 8% last year, 8% the year before that. Now they want a 14% rate hike. I heard you just give the nervous laughter.
Well, tell me why. I mean, that's what I would ask APS. What's your reasoning? Why do you want to raise the rates? Tell me why.
Yeah, hold on.
If you're going to do it,
I got that right here.
You can't just say we're just going to do it to do it. What's the reasoning?
Mm-hmm. APS says the increase is needed because of higher costs, including inflation, high interest rates, and a volatile supply chain.
Doesn't sound that doesn't fly with me.
That's what they got.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's what they said.
That sounds like a bunch of BS.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, listen, that's a huge hike. If you're gonna, I think Chris Mays is gonna come out and sue them. She's suing Trump already 40 times, so might as well throw in a one for APS. I don't know. So it's gonna get to the point where people aren't gonna be able to pay their bills.
Dude, that's how I feel. Yeah. Whether it's the water bill or the utility bill, it just feels like, what happened to 3% or 5%? We're now at 14%. This is nuts.
I'm sure they'll make the argument that for years they didn't raise rates.
Okay,
now, I'd have to look into it.
Yeah.
But I'm sure they'll make the argument, hey, for this period of time, we didn't raise the rates at all.
Yeah, they're saying that this is actually for, what was it, a year ago that they're raising the rates now?
Yeah.
And then it won't go into effect until 2026.
Huh.
Yeah, but I think it comes back, and forgive me for being way too governmenty on this, but I think there's this thing called LIHEAP. And it helps people pay for heating.
LIHEAP?
It's LIHEAP.
And it's new word you're dropping on
Congress
us here.
funds it. It's an acronym. Congress funds it, and they're really big about helping people who can't afford their heating bill from the east, where in the winter it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So we're trying to get more funding from the LIHEAP kind of thing for people to pay their AC bills here. And so with APS does this kind of thing, the first thing I think of is it was going to be 114 today, right?
Yeah.
What about people who are not wealthy radio people as we are and have a hard time paying their bills, especially this time of year? People could die
Man,
from
you
this.
must know something I don't. Wealthy?
You can't turn it off. You can't turn the air off in the summertime. So,
but they also need their profits. So how do you balance that out? I don't know.
Well, I know you can't turn the air off.
Yeah.
That's not happening. Somebody died a couple years ago. There's a big lawsuit. So that's not. I'll have to look at, but you can't turn the air off from a point in time to another point in time throughout the summer. So they'll, maybe they're eating those profits, or they're, that could be it too. But I mean, you're gonna have to. What are you gonna do? You're gonna pay it. Is what you're going to do.
Exactly.
You're gonna probably be a little bit more uncomfortable in your house, but you're gonna pay the bill because there's nothing.
You don't have a choice. You can't pick another utility company.
You buy a plane ticket to go, let's say, back east. It's $500. I don't want to pay the $500. Well, you don't have a choice.
But at least there, I mean, you could drive, you could take a train, you can find another airline. Here, you literally have APS or SRP based on where you live. So your option is move, I guess.
And I think that some people are finding out Arizona is becoming too expensive for them, and they're moving to other states that are less expensive. If you want to buy a house, a lot of people are saying, can't buy it here. I got to move to another state. Well, that's where we are.
You have convinced me of what I need to do.
You need to move.
We've talked about it for years. I'm going to move in with you.
No,
You've always offered me that bedroom, and now it's finally going to happen.
Not anymore.
Oh, what? That doesn't seem
worry.
fair.
What's coming up with Bruce and you on Outspoken?
We're going to see if Israel's winning or losing. Why Trump can't keep his mouth shut on where Khomeini is. Does
Trump keep his mouth shut on anything?
This is different, though. He's telling everybody in Tehran, get out. He's saying, we know where your leader is. Maybe we'll bomb him, maybe we won't. It's becoming very crazy. So we'll update those stories and go from there.
All righty. So, see, to me, that's no different. Trump is always,
But how much information do you give on social media? Because the last 2 days, these are really specific.
Maybe someone should take the phone from him. I don't disagree with you on that.
But are we surprised that this means Pete Hegseth hasn't done a signal chat yet on this?
I don't know. Maybe.
Do we know he hasn't done that?
No, we don't
know.
Who knows?
Oh, he's Steve Goldstein. I am Joe Huizenga. It's the Chris and Joe Show. Make sure to check out Bruce and Gatos with Outspoken coming up here at 4 o'clock. They will get you home all afternoon, get you updated with Becky Lynn. What are you thanking me for over there, Steve?
Thank you for letting me back in. I'm always happy to be on the Chris and Joe Show.
Hey, at some point, it's going to be the last day.
Especially because Chris is probably going to be in prison pretty soon. So.
I know. Laptop theft. Yeah. It's very, very serious.
It's an iPad.
Tablet theft?
Exactly, yeah.
For Steve Goldstein, I'm Joe Huizenga. Have a great afternoon, everybody.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, I'm Bruce.
Hey, it's Gatos. And together we are outspoken against hunger.
This summer, St. Mary's Food Bank will serve hundreds of thousands of meals to kids who usually rely on school for breakfast and lunch.
But they can't do it alone. Arizona families need our help.
Just $1 will provide 5 meals.
Our goal? 200,000 meals. Whoa. And it starts with you.
Hey, just text FOOD to 620-620 and donate today.
And together, we can change lives.
Message and data rates may apply.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Mike Broomhead sits down with some of the most interesting people who happen to live in our great state on the Amazing Arizonans podcast.
This is surreal for me. Someone from my youth. I'm talking with the one and only Young MC.
Download Amazing Arizonans before you hit the road this summer.
Former Maricopa County Supervisor Clint Hickman. Arizona Sports Authority Jody Jackson.
Download Amazing Arizonans for your summer road trips wherever you get your podcasts, or check it out on the KTAR YouTube channel. Amazing Arizonans is presented by Resolution Copper.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit sonorawestdev.com to get started. Again, that's sonorawestdev.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
KTAR News now.
And good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. President Trump posting on social media about Iran's supreme leader as aerial attacks between Israel and Iran continue.
President Trump writes in a new social media post Tuesday afternoon that the U.S. knows where Iran's supreme leader is hiding and adds, quote, "He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out, kill, at least not for now." The message coming after two U.S. officials told ABC News Sunday that the president rejected an Israeli plan in recent days to kill Ayatollah Khamenei. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told ABC Monday that Israel won't rule out an attempt to assassinate him.
That's ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers. The president also put up a two-word post apparently aimed at Iran, simply saying, "Unconditional surrender." Russia says talks with the U.S. have been suspended.
Talks to normalize relations between the U.S. and Russia, scheduled to take place in Moscow, have been somewhat suspended, according to Russian officials. Russian presidential aide Yuri Ushakov went on to say some kind of agreement would be reached between the State Department and the Foreign Ministry on where and when to hold the next meeting. The development, though, is being viewed as an apparent setback in a process launched by President Trump and Russian President Putin to improve ties between the two countries. Inez de la Cuetara, ABC News, at the Foreign Desk.
Not politics, not games, the voters.
Today, the Maricopa County supervisors voting unanimously in response to a lawsuit from another county leader. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the News Center to explain.
There's been a battle between the county recorder and board of supervisors over who is in charge of certain election matters. This month, Recorder Justin Heap filed a lawsuit to clarify the issue, which states the board of supervisors has, quote, engaged in an unlawful attempt to seize control of the recorder's office. Today, board chairman and Thomas Galvin voting to authorize the dismissal of Heap's lawsuit and respond with their own.
On two issues. One is to file a motion to dismiss what is a frivolous lawsuit, which only threatens to harm our voters and to harm our election system. But two, now we are compelled to file a counterclaim to end this once and for all.
And the board has argued Heap's lawsuit is not legal because the recorder sought counsel outside the county. Live in the News Center, Balanover Stoles, KTAR News.
The state Senate's proposed budget passed the Appropriations Committee with some bipartisan support today. Democratic State Senator Mitzi Epstein voted against it, saying she'd like to see more money for child care. Plus,
therefore, we then end up with not enough revenue to pay for our schools, not enough revenue to pay for housing. These are fundamental things that we have to take care of.
Senate Appropriations Committee Chair John Kavanaugh says it funds road projects and infrastructure upgrades.
We have $83 million in infrastructure investments throughout the state, $54 million to finish major highway projects along State Route 347.
The budget could be voted on by the full Senate tomorrow.
And a shot to left, and it's gonna be 2-0.
Well, it's not over yet, but D-backs fans can at least breathe a little bit easier. State Senate President Warren Peterson tells the Mike Broomhead Show the legislature is introducing a Diamondbacks bill alongside the state budget to make sure Arizona continues to be the home of the D-backs for a long time. And Peterson says he's confident it has the backers to get passed.
The governor is on board with it, and I believe we've got support. I believe we'll have the votes in the House and the Senate.
Peterson explains the bill will include annual funding for stadium maintenance and repairs. Time now to check on your ride home this afternoon. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Traffic slowing in the usual places like the Stack and the Mini Stack, and where the 17 meets the 101 Agua Fria Freeway westbound. And in Mesa, you've got a crash on the right shoulder of the 60 eastbound, slowing things down right there at Mesa Drive. And if you're heading to Tucson this evening, Red Rock's got a closure on the eastbound lanes of I-10. There's a vehicle fire from earlier that's caused a slowdown at milepost 226. Traffic brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Clear tonight, low temp around 84 degrees, and then 112 tomorrow and 115 on Thursday. Look out. And right now in Chandler, it's 108. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, our #1.
Yes! Our #1. A lot of people will tell you our #1's the best of the hours.
You know, we only have a week and a half left of Outspoken Against Hunger.
Oh, we are. It's month of June only.
Yeah, and so
it's the focus.
We've partnered with St. Mary's Food Bank, and we're trying to feed the elderly.
Yeah.
We're trying to feed families. We're certainly trying to feed young children.
People down on their luck.
The kids don't have the meals that they get at school.
Breakfast and lunch for many of them.
So this hour, Bruce.
Yo, Team 4 o'clock, listen up.
Team 4 o'clock, this is what we need. I need 10 of you. 10 people.
10 of you.
10 people to give $50. 10 people, $50 each.
That would be almost $500.
10 people to give $50 each.
Okay.
Got to hear a quota for the 4. All you have to do is text the word food to 620-620. Text the word food to 620-620. Let's feed some people this summer. I need 10 of you to step up.
And you are doing great work with it.
Thank you.
I'm saying, not you. Mother of all.
10 people, $50 each. If you want to do more, great. But text the word food to 620-620. You really should have seen your face after that.
It was genuine.
I'm trying to not get to what we're about to talk about.
You're trying to avoid it?
I'm trying to avoid it, and I'm thinking, what else can we do other than what we're about to do? I'm trying to do.
How about the weather, huh?
Oh, man, I'm trying to do like a rain delay here because I don't want to get into what we
those Diamondbacks?
Have to talk about next, but we're going to have to talk about it now.
Oh, boy.
And I may have been off on this one.
You have been off on a lot of things.
Come on, I have not been off on a lot of things.
Anytime you try to predict what Trump is doing, you're off.
You know what? It's not trying to predict about what Trump does. It's about first I disagree with what he's doing.
Yeah.
And then he has a moment where he changes his mind. I say, hey, that's really good. I'm glad that we have somebody that can listen to other people and can change his mind, which is what happened. And then he changed his mind again. So
what are we talking about?
This is going to be this segment's going to be called Trump Does a 360.
A total 360.
Come on, man. I can't keep up.
So they have reversed the reversal.
Come on
exempting farms and hotels from immigration rates.
For crying out
so
loud.
So we're back to going in and getting the people that working in the fields and the people that are making the beds.
What are we doing? What are we
Reverse the
doing?
reversal, right?
Well, okay, so he first said, we're going to deport as many people as we can. Okay, got it. Okay. Then he goes, you know what? I'm hearing from a lot of people.
Well, no, hearing from his rich friends that own hotel chains.
Okay, maybe that's it, too.
And are in the agricultural business.
Okay, maybe that's it, too.
No, I mean, let's be honest.
Because it all started with they arrested people in L.A. at Home Depot. And I said, I have a problem with that.
Okay.
I have a problem with that. I don't think that makes us safer. I think that's a waste of time.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything to make us safer.
No.
I mean, that's obvious.
No. Then they got a busboy in California, and they're going to deport him too.
Yeah.
Okay. That doesn't make us safer unless that person has a record, which apparently
criminal records. Let's take that out of the equation.
Right.
No one's arguing that. What about the people picking lettuce?
Well, they chased a few people down a couple weeks ago.
Not laughing.
ICE chased a few of them down. It was and I know you're not laughing. It was sad to see that.
Yeah.
That was pretty bad.
Yeah.
And so all that happened, and I'm like, come on, Mr. President, we don't need to do this.
Yeah.
And so he did the 180.
Yeah.
And he said, hey, we're not going to do that
We're
anymore.
going to exempt them.
We're going to exempt them. If you work in the fields,
hospitality or agriculture,
hotels, restaurants, we're going to leave you alone. And so I sat in this chair and I said, I'm glad that he did a 180.
Yeah.
I'm glad. I don't call it a flip-flop. Nothing. I think what he did was the right thing, and I gave him credit. Yeah. And it's interesting because, we get texts like, hey, Gatos, I'm glad at least you give credit to Trump once in a while.
Yeah.
Because I like to give presidents credit when they deserve it, right? Right. Okay. Now I know better. Now I look like a fool.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Because
it's not even taco. It's taco.
And what does that stand for?
Trump always chickens out. So, but again, it's a reversal of the reversal. So we're right back to where we started.
He did a 180.
Right.
So he goes halfway.
And
then he goes the full 360.
Right. Because as I've told you, he makes decisions based on the last person that talked to him.
And you said that, and I go, I don't think that's the case.
I 100% think it's the case. I will testify in a court of law to it.
I don't know. Maybe you are right.
And so, you know what? Like Stephen Miller got back in the room and goes, you can't let them go.
Maybe.
Got to round them up.
Maybe.
We're kicking them all out, remember? And he's like, oh, yeah, I guess I forgot.
Let me play the clip from just a day or two ago.
Oh, all right.
Because I liked when he said this. I've been completely outspoken about what's happened in this country under Joe Biden and the border. It's been horrific. Okay? It's better under Trump, the border, for sure. I mean, we have sheriffs in Arizona saying we don't need as much money anymore because there are not as many people coming over. Okay, great, good. But when you have somebody here who's been here for 20 years and they have roots and they have kids
they own a business
who are born in America, and yes, they're illegal, but their kids are born here and they've got a house and they've got a business. Mm-hmm. I don't want to kick them out.
No criminal record.
I don't want to kick them out.
Haven't done anything wrong.
And I also said, listen, if you came under Biden, you should probably get deported. Everybody came in under Biden. You've only been here a short time. Maybe we deport all of you. And certainly if you have a criminal
where's the
record.
line?
I don't know. Listen, the line, we tried to figure out the line the other day.
I meant, where do you draw the line? I don't
think there's a line. I think everybody goes now.
Yeah,
Well,
we're
so
back
this-
to everybody?
Right.
Yeah,
And
which is
so it's so
completely ridiculous.
confusing.
Yeah.
So he said this the other day, and I gave him credit for saying this the other day.
We're going to have an order on that pretty soon, I think. We can't do that to our farmers and leisure, too, hotels.
Hotels.
We're going to have to use a lot of common sense on that.
Yeah. All right, let me play one more.
If you look today, I put out a statement today about farmers. Our farmers are being hurt badly by, they have very good workers. They've worked for them for 20 years.
Yeah.
They're not citizens, but they've turned out to be, great.
Hard workers.
And we're going to have to do something about that.
We're going to have to do something about that.
Yeah, kick 'em
So
out.
part of what so I hear that, and I go, good for you.
I didn't believe a word of it.
I know. I did.
Yeah.
I believed it.
So here's the problem.
And so if you're just joining us, that
yeah.
is
Forget
gone.
it. That's completely off the table.
But when we talk tomorrow, I'll be right again.
You could very well be.
That's a problem.
Oh, you think?
Yes.
It's kind of like tariffs,
yeah,
isn't it?
Yes, tariffs on and off. Yeah.
Where
it's
are we today?
Very confusing.
What is the rule today?
I don't know.
What is the law today?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very confusing. That's why there's so much, instability everywhere. That's why, people who are having businesses, they don't really know where the economy is going. I'll say this too.
What about workers? They don't know where they're going to get workers.
I'm truly disappointed that he did another 180. Because I think he was...
the first 180 was good.
Well, the clips I
Second
just
180
played?
was- yeah.
I'm going to say this. The clips I just played? I actually think that's what he wants.
That's like a normal person.
No, but but I think he believes that. And so I don't know what happened, and somebody got to him.
I don't think
and
little bald Goebbels believes that. So
who's that?
Was it Stephen Miller?
There
I
are
call him
peop-
Pee Wee German.
I don't like him at all. I think
Yeah.
he's a bad human being.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
I don't think everybody surrounding Trump is bad, but that guy's really, really bad.
Yeah,
But
he's
I
the
think-
one that wants to kick out everybody.
Right. I think the clips we just played is actually how the president feels. Because
So who got to him?
But I don't know. But even not 4 years ago, even in his first administration, he was willing to give dreamers citizenship.
Yeah, I think they're worried about. Getting kicked out today.
I think they are too.
There's plenty of people.
But do you hear what I'm saying, though?
Yeah.
That I think deep down, I think he believes
So
dreamers
why
should
did he
be here.
change?
Yeah.
I'm being dead serious.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. Because his base didn't like
It's to
it.
appeal the kick everybody out.
That's wrong.
To kick the Mexicans out.
It's just
crowd.
wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Like I think he's got some principles. I think he does. No, I
I'd
think he
love to
does.
know what they are.
No, I think he does.
I'd love to know what they are.
But I don't know why he can't just stick to one or two of them.
Name a topic.
I can't.
And he's taken
I
both
can't.
sides,
I
if
can't.
not three sides on it.
Abortion, we know that, right?
Every major thing that you would say, well, that's a principle I hold dear, or that's a value that's important to me.
Yeah.
He's taken every
I just
single
don't
side.
get it. I just don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I thought he was right last week with the clips that we just played. I thought he was on base. I think most Americans are for that.
Yeah.
And you want to go and deport other people, you go ahead.
Criminals?
Go ahead and do it. Criminals are gone.
Go
Yeah,
after them.
Yes.
I think it's too hard to find the criminals. It's really easy to go find the guy who's picking lettuce or the lady changing sheets at the hotel.
I think that's terrible.
Oh, 100%.
And we're going to pay for that too. And when I
Oh.
say pay for it, it will hurt the economy. There's no question about it because, let's just give you an example. Are you going to go stay at a hotel
where they don't have maid service?
Yeah. And not that everybody who's in
Restaurants, small
housekeeping
businesses,
and, yeah.
restaurants closing down because they don't have people to work.
Right.
Yeah.
But and then it goes, if you pay a decent wage, would Americans take that job?
No, because you wouldn't show up because you're not paying that much for a dinner.
Right. I wish that he would sometimes just listen to his inner voice, which at times
God,
is
no.
okay.
Oh,
I think at
God,
times
I think
okay.
that's bad enough.
I think on the farmers and I think he believes they're good people, and I think there is common sense.
He also
and
called them
the
rapists and
hospitality.
criminals.
Yeah, I didn't like that either. But again, there were people that did come in here that
No
were
argument.
criminals, right? I think when you pay,
Small number.
but yeah, everybody who comes in isn't a rapist and a criminal, right? No, I get it.
No.
But I wish he had stuck to his guns last week, but he didn't, and now we're back to whatever it was that I can't keep.
I didn't say
keep up.
I didn't say I told you so.
No,
once.
you did. You told me so.
I didn't say it once.
No, I think that's okay because I tried to give Donald Trump the benefit of the doubt, and I tried to give him
That'll
some
burn
credit.
you in the you know what. Yeah.
That he was thinking a little bit more like most of us when it comes to
like a decent human.
Who should you leave alone here?
Yeah.
Who should you
no expectation.
Who should you leave alone? And now he's flushed that down the toilet, and I'm disappointed.
Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us. And then coming up next, a lot of people going to be flying over the summer. Maybe you booked your summer vacation. Hey, airline tickets are actually getting kind of cheaper. Make sure you pack the lobster, though, real tight. We'll tell you about that coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Israel claimed to have killed a top Iranian general as it traded more strikes with its longtime foe. And President Trump warned residents of Tehran to evacuate while suggesting the U.S. could give up on negotiations. Trump left the Group of 7 summit in Canada a day early to deal with the conflict between Israel and Iran, telling reporters on Air Force One during the flight back to Washington he was not looking at a ceasefire, but something, quote, better than a ceasefire. When asked to explain, he said the U.S. wanted to see a real end to the conflict that could involve Iran giving up entirely. All of our top stories only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking those roads for us now. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Still a little bit slow on the 60 eastbound near Mesa Drive and a bunch of crashes in the city streets. Let's start with Scottsdale. There's a new wreck at Goldwater and Highland. That's west of Scottsdale Road on Highland. And in Phoenix, you got 2 crashes right now. One at 45th Avenue in Thomas, another one at 35th Avenue and Peoria. Traffic brought to you by Carolina's Mexican Food. Try their burrito box today. 10 burritos for $49.95. For additional deals, visit carolinasmexicanfood.com/KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right. Thanks, Heather. Hey, this portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping their customers and community. Call Parker.
Hey, we're still looking for 10 people to text the word food to 620-620. 10 people throwing $50. That's what we're doing this summer. Just another week and a half. Outspoken Against Hunger. We are partnering with St. Mary's Food Bank. And I just want to give a shout out.
Oh.
James was the first this hour to put in $50. So we need 9 more.
Way to go, James.
James said it's for Mom, who passed away in April at 96 years old.
Well,
God bless her, James.
Sincerely hope she is a wonderful life and obviously raised a wonderful son.
Yeah, very cool. Just and hey, you can put a little note in after we send you this if you want to tell us about a business or you want to tell us about
the reason you're giving.
Hey, yeah. So James, God bless you. That's awesome. So we need 9 more people, $50 each. Text the word food to 620-620. That's this hour's challenge.
This is a challenging time. Summer. For frequent flyers, especially you business travelers out there. The people that are at the airport once or twice a week, you know the types.
Yeah.
It's challenging for them during the summer because that's when they run into the people who fly once a year.
Oh, boy.
Or once every other year and are apparently just dumbfounded by technology. They are shocked at the TSA rules. What do you mean I can't bring 12 ounces of shampoo on the plane?
Right.
Why do I got to take my shoes off? Is my belt buckle metal? Things like that.
By the way, the shoe thing, can we stop that?
It's ridiculous.
That is silly.
Yeah.
It was the one guy. 20-something years ago tried to blow up a plane with a shoe bomb.
And wasn't even successful.
Oh, it couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Just want to get that in.
So the TSA
And
posted.
I love the TSA.
Oh, God. Thousands standing around.
That is not true, and don't besmirch my friends at the TSA.
Hold on. Can I go to the tote board real quick and see how many terrorists they've caught since they were...
They're doing such a good job that 0 have gotten on a plane, Bruce.
They've caught 0.
And no peanut butter's ever exploded either.
Yeah, never.
Peanut butter is a liquid, Becky Lynn.
Obviously.
So they came out with their list of things you can or can't bring on the airplane.
This is very, very educational.
And I thought this was interesting because I was actually with a friend the other day.
Okay. I thought you didn't like having friends.
It's more of an acquaintance.
Got it.
And Briggs was getting ready to get on the plane.
What kind of name is that?
Briggs?
Yeah.
I didn't ask.
I have never heard that name.
Briggs.
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 Okay.
So Briggs was getting ready to get on the plane, and he had a thing of those cheese balls, those puffy cheese balls. What do you call them?
They get all over your hands?
Get your hands all orange?
Puffy cheese balls.
They're all
puffy
like,
cheese
they're
balls.
all
That's what they are.
like yellow, and you want to actually
delicious.
like lick the person's finger that's holding it.
So he had these, and he goes, "Here, you can take them because I'm getting on the airplane." And I said, "You can take food on the airplane." He goes, "You can?" I go, "How old are you?"
What do you mean you can?
What? You can take cheese balls on the airplane.
Yeah.
He was like, you can't take food on the airplane. That's why they sell it on the other side. And
No.
I go,
Oh,
you poor thing. You poor thing. I go, you can't take liquid more than 3.4 ounces across. You can take food. And the TSA reminded you that, yes, you can take food. Although I did think it was kind of interesting that they literally had to point out that you can bring a lobster on an airplane, a live lobster, as long as it's placed in a clear plastic spill-proof container. Now, if inside of clear plastic, won't the lobster suffocate?
I would think so.
It's a big piece of plastic. You got to wrap that sucker in.
I mean, what are you putting on like a stick and carrying like a knapsack onto the plane?
And wouldn't there need to be water in it?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a little
And you can't
strange.
bring the liquid. It would need more than 3 ounces of liquid.
Yeah.
Did you guys know you could bring a rotisserie chicken on a plane?
Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I thought you did. You can do that.
You did know that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's just not liquids.
Right.
Every food. You can bring steak on the plane if you want.
Just not peanut butter.
Can't bring peanut butter.
Peanut butter's liquid.
It is.
It's a liquid,
That's
according
right.
to the TSA. 'Cause
That's
it makes
right.
absolutely no bleeping sense whatsoever.
It makes plenty of sense to me.
Okay, so do you know what the peanut butter rule's about? Can I tell you? Because I want to tip off the terrorists that don't catch. Peanut butter fools the X-ray machine.
Explain.
So they have the backscatter X-ray machines they use, and peanut butter also has the same. I'll use the term consistency or density of like plastic explosives.
Could be very dangerous. That's right.
And so they just tell you can't bring peanut butter
That's a good
because
rule. It's a good
it freaks them out every
That's a
time they
good rule.
find peanut butter.
Gotcha.
You don't want to back the lines up. You want to get in and out. It's a good rule.
So if you're getting ready to fly, just another reminder.
Pack your rotisserie chicken and
lobster. Live lobster.
Your live lobster.
Live lobsters perfectly. It's just going to be my luck that I'm going to sit next to the guy that brought a live lobster on the plane.
It's an emotional support lobster.
Oh, don't get them started. Don't get them started. Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us. And then coming up next, what percentage of jobs will be replaced by robots by the end of this year?
I'm looking at you right now, actually.
Oh, your mouth to God's ears. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
If you're hurt in an accident, it's important that you get medical treatment right away and then call the attorneys at Sweet James. Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. So often people get hurt and their busy lives prevent them from getting checked out even though they're in pain. It's critical you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with your medical care, your car, and getting the most money for your injuries. Don't pay until they win your case. Sweet James, 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Or online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Hi, I'm Jamie West, and this year Beatitudes Campus celebrates 60 years of bright living in Phoenix. Since 1965, they've been redefining senior living with purpose, connection, and care. From independent living to healthcare and wellness, growing with the community and always putting people first. Join Beatitudes in honoring 6 decades of innovation, compassion, and vibrant living. Visit beatitudescampus.org to learn more and be part of the celebration. Beatitudes Campus, living brightly, aging boldly.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the biggest savings of the summer have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. So hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals won't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/30/25.
Hello, everybody. This is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business?
Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family?
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community?
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
I am wearing shorts this summer. Jamie West here, and this is the first time my legs have seen daylight for a while. Thanks to Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss, I've lost nearly 50 pounds, and I'm keeping it off. The exclusive 3-step protocol restores your metabolism so you can finally keep the weight off for good. There are no shots or drugs or counting calories. The secret is eating the right combination of healthy foods at the right times of day. It really does work. Yeah, there are side effects, good ones. More energy, better sleep, a healthier body inside and out. I'm finally free after a lifetime of fad diets, yo-yoing, sugar cravings, and frustration. You'll start seeing the changes quickly, so don't wait to get started. Schedule your free consultation right now. You can do the program in person or virtually from anywhere. Call 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
KTAR News now.
It is 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. A 5th day of aerial attacks between Israel and Iran. Today, ABC's Louis Martinez is at the Pentagon reporting that more Iranian missiles have been getting through during this round of fighting.
Even though Israel has a very sophisticated aerial array, aerial defense system that can bring down long-range and middle-range Iranian missiles, they're not going to get all of them. The United States is providing assistance and continuing to help Israel in shooting down some of these missiles. We know that there are 2 U.S. Navy ships in the Eastern Med that are providing assistance, and we have these 2 high-altitude air defense systems known as THAAD that are also supplementing what Israel has to try to bring down this continuing barrage now for the last couple of days.
Police are investigating after a husband and wife were found shot dead in their northern Arizona home on Sunday. Troy and Cynthia Templeton were members of the Arizona Rangers. Officers with the Snowflake Taylor Police Department found the bodies after responding to a welfare check concerning their open front door.
Members, we voted 8 ayes, 2 nays, and 0 not voting. You have passed Senate Bill 1735.
The bipartisan proposed budget in the Senate passed the Appropriations Committee 8-2 today. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the News Center with more on what's in it.
Senate Appropriations Committee Chair John Kavanaugh says no one got everything they wanted, adding it involved a lot of compromise.
In K-12, we fully funded the K-12 supplemental for 2025, which makes sure that all the districts get their full formula funding.
State Senator Bitsy Epstein voted against it, saying she'd like to see double the money for child care.
The state should be doing more for child care. This $45 million we've got is going to be a good step in the right direction. It should have been 112, so we're doing half.
Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
The budget could be voted on by the full Senate tomorrow. The Maricopa County Board of Supervisors voting to file a countersuit in a battle over control of local elections today in response to an earlier lawsuit from County Recorder Justin Heap. County Supervisor Kate Brophy-McGee saying,
I am hoping that this counterclaim will provide us a path to relief so that we can conduct model elections as have been conducted in the past.
Both sides seem to agree a judge needs to come in and clarify which office runs what parts of local elections. Checking on the roads now. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. A little extra slowing on the 101 Pima Freeway southbound. Now, that's going to start around Indian School. It gets a little extra thick around McDowell and starts to clear up a little bit after McKellips. As for the surface streets in Phoenix right now, there's a wreck at 37th Avenue in Glendale, another at 45th Avenue in Thomas, and then one at 35th Avenue in Peoria. Traffic brought to you by MistingMasters.com. Enjoy your backyard by installing misters or fog systems. 10% off for 1 year, same as cash. This month only. Go to MistingMasters.com for full details. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
84 overnight for our low and 112 for the high on Wednesday. It's 108 in Mesa. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
A tribute being held up to a legendary Arizona sports figure. We're going to talk to Dan Bickley about that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Wow. Got some numbers.
Okay.
We're outspoken against hunger, my friend.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what numbers you were.
Yeah, I got numbers.
Okay.
I'm crunching numbers.
You're crunching numbers.
Yeah, the 4 o'clock hour homework assignment for everybody is to text the word food to 620-620.
It was.
As we're partnering with St. Mary's Food Bank, and we're trying to feed the elderly this summer.
We're talking a team 4 o'clock today.
We're trying to feed kids who don't have the same meals that they have when school is on. We asked for 10 people to text the word food to 620-620 and throw in $50. Halfway there. We need 5 more.
Oh, okay.
All right, so we need
we're
5
close is what you're saying.
More. And I want to read one thing.
Please.
Clorinda gave $100.
Okay, thank you, Clorinda.
And you can leave a note on why you're giving money.
And you see the little note.
I see the note.
Okay.
Clorinda gave because she said, I know what it's like to be without food for my kids.
Oof.
So
Well,
I'm guessing
glad
she's
that
in a much better place.
Yeah, that you're doing better for yourself to the point that you can help others. That's
But I
tremendous.
think Clorinda looked at her kids' eyes and knew that they were hungry and she was hungry. And maybe they use St. Mary's.
Yeah.
But she's given $100.
Thank you very, very
awesome.
much. Yeah, that's outstanding.
All right, 5 more. Text the word food to 620-620.
Amazon issued an interesting email to employees. How would you? Okay, let me put it this way.
Yeah.
So you go into work, right? And you don't do this, but normal people check their work emails, okay? And you get an email from the boss.
Are you saying that I don't check my email?
It'll be like 3 weeks later. Gay's like, I haven't looked at the emails.
You know, we have a mailbox, an actual mailbox.
Okay, that I didn't know.
You didn't know that? Okay.
I don't have.
I have Christmas cards in there.
Oh, my land.
From 2019.
So today, the CEO, it's not Jeff Bezos, of Amazon, informed employees that efficiency gains from artificial intelligence will allow Amazon to eventually have a reduced human workforce. As we roll out more generative AI and agents, it should change the way work is done. We will need fewer people doing some of the jobs that are being done today. Happy Tuesday! Like he sent out a memo to all Amazon employees saying AI's coming for your job. I mean, how else would you wouldn't read that any other way,
No,
right?
I don't read it any other way.
That's kind of interesting. Is that supposed to light a fire under people?
Or they're warning them.
Don't be surprised.
Don't be surprised. Here's a twist on that.
Okay.
Now that everybody knows that, let's not go. The workers already know that. They got the email. Right?
Literally got a
But now that we've
message from
put
the
it
boss.
out, right? You and I have just put that out. If you listening, if you know that Amazon is going to cut their workforce so much because of AI, because of robots and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Does that make you want to stay away from them?
Not work for them.
Not want to order from them.
Okay. No.
I understand.
Because I'm going to assume that it will keep prices down. And
But-
I order from Amazon because it's cheaper and convenient.
I love Amazon. We all do.
I just ordered from Amazon.
I know. I watched it. Here's the thing, though.
Mom needs a new walker.
Okay.
I ordered a walker.
And see, it's that easy.
Yeah.
But if you know that people are going to start losing their jobs, do you still want to use them? As good as they are.
Here's my fire back to you. What business, industry, or job won't be impacted by AI and their jobs impacted in some way? Do you see what I'm saying? So if you want to hold Amazon to a certain standard,
Then everybody else.
I mean, I'm going to assume FedEx is going to do the same thing. UPS. Okay, so let's take them out of it.
Airlines.
Absolutely.
Right.
Like who isn't going to be using it?
Umpires.
Oh God,
Are they going to get rid of the umpires?
AI umpires. Yeah,
Right.
I think that would be a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
So if Amazon was the only company doing
Sure.
it, I think you'd have an argument.
Yeah.
Goes, well, do I have a choice? I could go to Walmart instead. Walmart's good. They're doing the same thing. I just don't think they put the memo out to everybody.
Man, Amazon has gotten to the point where, and I've said this in the past, you know, when the Amazon truck comes into your neighborhood, they should play some sort of like jingle like the ice cream truck. Remember when the ice cream truck would come in and you know you're going to get a great. That's how I feel.
Oh, and everybody
feel
run
like-
outside.
I feel like a child.
Stand on the curb.
When I see that Amazon truck, I feel like I'm 10 years old
Yeah.
and the ice cream truck is coming by my house.
I order enough stuff that I don't know what I'm getting sometimes.
Oh, for Pete's
And
sake.
it's like Christmas. It's like a little mini Christmas. I open it up and go, oh, I forgot I ordered that.
Their deals are so good.
I think practically giving stuff away.
It's amazing.
And so I don't think that's going to change. And you know what? We're seeing it in plenty. Let me use this as an example. Hotels are turning to robotics to replace human workers. Autonomous cleaning robots, automatic vacuuming. Oh my goodness! I was in a hotel, and I had to step out of the hallway because there was one of these machines polishing the floor. You know, like mop polishing, and it slowed down for me. It wasn't going to run over me, but it was just doing the whole hallway of the in the lobby of the hotel.
When I was in Ireland, a couple weeks ago,
was the robot drunk?
No,
That's unfair. That's
I
unfair.
agree. There was an autonomous kind of thing moving around the restaurant, and you put your plate on it.
Like when you were done with your food,
Yeah.
you just said it. So it was a robot busboy.
Absolutely.
So with those vacuums, I just want to say this real quick. Somebody has to send the robotic vacuum on its merry way. You know what I mean? You kind of got to get it going, and then you got to clean it.
Right. Somebody has to do
Okay,
something.
you
There's
say that.
maintenance on
No.
that. No.
So guess what?
What?
I have one of those little
Roombas.
Yeah, mine's not Roomba brand. It's a different one, and I don't remember what it is. But it goes back into the little dock, and it cleans itself. All I have to do is dump bad water out and put good water in.
It cleans itself. Where does the water go?
Into the little dirty water container. And then I pick that out and I dump it, and then I pour clean water in, and it automatically cleans its little brushes and everything, and it does it by itself.
For the robot in Ireland, somebody has to take the plates off, though.
For now. Until there's
Until they get
another
another
robot in
robot.
the back that takes the plates from the other robot.
Remember, there's a bar out in Scottsdale or something that has robotic bartenders. Like you type in like what you want for a drink, and it makes it for you.
Okay, so and I know a lot of restaurants these days. I say a lot of them. I want to say it was a Chili's or an Applebee's. I'm hitting the hot spots.
Right.
But you order off of the little kiosk on the table.
That's not AI.
I
though.
hate that.
But you do that. You don't. There was a person that brought the food to the table.
Yeah.
But I ordered
Nobody
on the
came
little thing.
to take your order.
No.
But that's not AI.
What is that?
That's not AI.
No.
It's automation.
Yeah.
Somebody said QT has the robot cleaners.
Okay.
At the QTs, they got the little robots who went around cleaning the floor.
Well, now we have Amazon saying, you know what? A lot of jobs are going to go to AI, and it's going to be.
But
you better keep your prices down then.
Putting the memo out to everybody.
Putting the memo out to workers.
All employees got a memo from the boss today.
Yeesh.
Just giving them a head start, I guess.
Your job is on the line.
All right. Coming up next, it's the middle of the night.
Yeah.
A police officer rings your doorbell.
Ooh.
Say it's like 3 a.m.
Oh, God.
Do you answer it? It's an odd question. We'll tell you why we gave you that question coming up next.
So as you get closer to retirement, obviously, you know, things have to change. I've been working with Trajan Wealth and Jeff Jr. for, I think we're coming up on 14 years now. And you know what? During that time, things have changed, which is why on a regular basis, I meet with my fiduciary advisor and we go over, well, where are we? Where do we want to go? What's changed? What adjustments do we need to make? And you know what? Whatever it is, that conversation I have with them, it's not the same conversation you're going to have. We're all in a different place. We all have different expectations, different timelines, horizons, whatever it might be. But you got to start with somebody. And you got to start with my friends at Trajan Wealth. I trust them. And you can too. If you have a 401k or an IRA rollover just sitting there, if you're afraid to reach out and talk to somebody about money or retirement, well, the folks at Trajan Wealth have seen it before, and they can walk you through this. It's a real simple process. As a matter of fact, you can sit down with them, no questions asked, no obligation. It starts with a phone call, though. You do need that part. 480-990-3300. You can do it. 480-990-3300. And online, you'll find them at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC and SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:45. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Not so fast. That's the word from Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays on the APS plan for a 14% rate hike starting next year. Mays calls it a blatant attempt to pad corporate profits at the expense of consumers, saying she will oppose what she describes as an unjustified rate hike. APS says the additional cash is needed to keep up with grid investments and inflation. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Taking a look at the roads for us now. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a crash slowing down 101 eastbound. That's near 35th Avenue. And a few crashes on the city streets right now. A brand new one at 83rd Avenue in McDowell. A crash with a pedestrian reported at 7th Avenue in Southgate. That's just north of Broadway. And another crash at 7th Street in Portland right now. Brought to you by Plum Smart, because plumbers and AC guys charge too much. Visit itsplumsmart.com to schedule an appointment. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful new energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides Solar Zone Sun Shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, up front. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
Summers are brutal in Phoenix, and if you hate the paint year after year, then do what Deanna did. She called Rhino Shield.
I was noticing some cracks in the stucco and the paint's faded. I was like, okay, I think I should get my house painted. So my neighbor had a Rhino Shield placard in the yard, and after they were finished, I was just, wow. With the warranty and everything, it just seemed silly not to go that route.
The ceramic coating of Rhino Shield is specifically formulated for our climate.
So the Rhino Shield crew came out. Nothing was damaged in the process. I was very happy. They just didn't leave a mess. You couldn't even tell they were there. And the house looked so different. It just looked like a new home.
Better than paint, backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. And now get the protection of Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price.
Rhino Shield, I think it increases the value and the curb appeal of your home. Definitely worth it.
Rhino Shield owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4-U-RHINO.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. I suppose it was gonna happen. Measles at the airport. How to protect yourself and know if you actually have them. That's tomorrow morning on Arizona's Morning News, right here on KTAR.
I was thinking about something, Gatos. It's really difficult to talk about this, the shootings that happened over the weekend in Minnesota, apparently politically motivated shootings. But there was a part of that story that stuck with me, and I want to pitch it as a question. Because we know now from details of this, 2 a.m, a guy dressed as a police officer showed up at the front door of this couple's house, knocked on the door, and shouted, "This is the police. Open the door."
Oh, gosh.
I mean, you can obviously play this through.
Mm-hmm.
They opened it.
Yeah.
So they must have maybe looked through the peephole, or you know what I'm saying, and go, it's a cop.
You have to look through the peephole.
Right? But if you look through the peephole and guys dressed like a cop, you're like, everybody opens the door, right?
Or your doorbell camera. Yeah, I opened the door. That's what I would do.
But
are we to the point?
Yes.
That we can't do that anymore. Well, first of all, these are politicians.
If you're an elected official, don't open your door at 2 a.m. I don't care who's outside.
I would agree. Because we've seen Nancy Pelosi's husband get attacked, not by someone.
The governor of Pennsylvania, they lit the governor's mansion on fire. They were going to kidnap the governor of Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Right. I don't think you can open the door if you're an elected official.
So do you have an open door policy for police? And see, this is the thing. I'm trying to go through like what I would do if it's in the middle of the night and I'm now awake. The doorbell's rang. Somebody's knocking, and it's the police.
Open the door.
I'm going to look, and if they have a badge, I'm opening the door. But
I think 99% of the people are that way. I don't disagree.
Right.
I'm not telling you you're wrong.
I want to know what's happening. What happened? Well, why are you here? What's happened in the neighborhood? What's going on?
And most people would think you have to, right?
You don't have to do anything.
You certainly do not have to
you don't
open
have to
your
open the
door if
door.
there's a cop knocking on it. Oh, dear God. Let me talk about the Fourth Amendment with you sometime.
You don't have to.
No, do not have to open the door.
What if they say we have a warrant?
Let me see the warrant. Slide under the door. I want to see the warrant.
Most of us are not going to be served a warrant at 3 a.m.
Right.
Okay. And to be honest, most of us are not going to have someone dressed as a cop there to kill us.
But my point is, what are we seeing? We're seeing masked police officers. We're seeing people pretending to be police officers. How the heck would you know? How would you know?
What would you think is going on in your neighborhood if a cop...
Let me put it this way. Yeah. I know what every parent would be thinking. Oh, my God.
Where's my kid?
What's happened to my child? What's happened to the...
Did they sneak out?
And they would spring the door open. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. But this shows us, is this just, there's all these things like, wow, that never happened until it happened.
Yeah, it goes without saying. Somebody knocks on your door, you don't know who that person is. You're not opening the door at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
You don't know who it is.
Yeah. You can yell police all you want. No.
Well, I'm just saying, take the police out of it.
No.
You're not opening the door. But if it looks like a police, can I see a badge? They show you a badge. I think 99% of the people are opening their door.
Yeah. Why am I opening the door? Listen, I'm also the guy, though, and I'd love to tell you this is a joke. I'm just not this funny, that has the welcome mat that says come back with a warrant.
Oh, you do not.
Gee. I most certainly do.
Right now.
This second.
That's hilarious.
Come back with a warrant. That's my welcome mat.
That's why he has no friends.
That's the kind of guy I am.
That's about right for you.
Yeah, that's me. Hey, Gatos, we're outspoken against hunger.
I've got some numbers for you.
We're talking to you, Team 4 o'clock.
That's right. We asked at the beginning of 4 o'clock, can we get 10 people to text the word food to 620, 620? Can you give at least $50? Can you give $50? We need one more person.
We're one shy?
Yeah, we're one person shy, which is good.
That's not bad at all.
So we need one of you. Don't think that someone's just going to do it, because that's not going to work then. We just need one of you to text the word food to 620, 620. And, 10 of you do it. That's even better. Can you give 100? Because then we actually hit our goal of 1,000 for the hour.
Okay.
So text the word food to 620, 620.
Please.
Anybody got $100?
Remember, we're really focused on helping kids, knowing that children are missing out on school meals over the summer, and that means some of them are literally going hungry.
Right.
And St. Mary's Food Bank, with their location here in Phoenix, location in Surprise, plus the help they give to other food banks all over the valley, are trying to make sure that kids don't go to bed hungry.
If you can give $100 right now,
yeah,
and you take that with our friends from Axon who are matching up to $50,000.
They're going to match every dollar for dollar match.
Your $100 is going to be 1,000 meals.
That's crazy.
$100 for 1,000 meals.
It's amazing.
All right, text the word food to 620, 620. Let's get that filled, all right?
Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for you. And should you be draining your pool if you have young children?
And you live in Arizona.
We're going to talk about that because it may not be as crazy as it sounds. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, I'm going to tell you about Aria Dental Implant Center, because Aria simply is the best at what they do. They're going to give you your smile back. You've got broken or missing teeth, they're going to give you brand new teeth. Dr. Joe, he's going to be your surgeon. He is so good. Over 20 years of dental implant expertise. I'll just tell you this right now. You can find someone as good as Dr. Joe. If you can find a company that provides as much savings as Aria does, I'd like to hear about it. Dr. Joe teaches other doctors how to perform implant procedures. Other surgeons come to him for best practices. The guy knows his stuff. And it's all about finding the right solution for you. And when you go to ARIA and you sit down with Dr. Joe, you're not going to hear a sales pitch. What you're going to hear is a guy who wants to change your life for the better. So go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com, spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Oh, it is hot in the valley and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allprosshade.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Sometimes an identity threat is a ring of professional hackers. And sometimes it's an overworked accountant who forgot to encrypt their connection while sending bank details.
I need a coffee.
And you need LifeLock because your info is in endless places. It only takes one mistake to expose you to identity theft. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places that I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Iran firing a fresh barrage of missiles on Israel. It comes as President Trump is now ramping up the rhetoric on Iran, telling the country that the U.S. knows where Iran's supreme leader is and calling for the country's unconditional surrender. ABC's Ian Pinnell in Tel Aviv says the warning has not deterred Iran.
We just had another Iranian missile barrage come towards us here in Tel Aviv.
We had to take shelter along with everyone else here and across Israel. The sirens were blaring. It's not clear at the moment if any of them came through. It certainly looked as though many of those missiles were intercepted.
Decimated our revenue.
Senate Minority Leader Mitzi Epstein voted against the proposed budget in the state Senate Appropriations Committee because it only includes $45 million for child care, when she wanted more than $100 million. It still passed 8-2. Appropriations Chair John Kavanaugh says the bill invests in public safety, infrastructure, and education. This budget could be voted on by the full Senate tomorrow. Baseball in the Valley may not be in jeopardy after all. State Senate President Warren Peterson tells the Mike Broomhead Show a Diamondbacks bill will head to a vote alongside Arizona's budget to ensure the D-backs don't slither away.
It includes some funding every year to make sure that the facility can be maintained. It is a public facility, and so the government does have some responsibility, and that will be addressed.
Peterson says he believes the governor approves of the plan and that the bill will have enough support in the House and Senate to pass. The Maricopa County Board of Supervisors filing a countersuit over control of local elections. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the news center with this story.
County supervisors voted unanimously today approving the countersuit and to motion for dismissal of an earlier lawsuit from County Recorder Justin Heap and County Supervisor Kate Brophy-McGee explaining.
Following the board's discussion in executive session, I move we authorize the board's outside counsel to file a motion to dismiss and a counterclaim on declaratory relief concerning the Heap lawsuit.
And the county board and Recorder Heap seem to agree there's a need for a judge to come in and make clear which office runs what parts of local elections.
I want clarity. It's very difficult for staff. It is very difficult to administer elections.
Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Phoenix firefighters were able to put out a brush fire this afternoon that burned through 25 acres in the area of 19th Avenue and Cactus Road. No one was hurt and no buildings were damaged, although we're told winds and the high heat made fighting those flames quite the challenge. Hot and dry conditions around the state prompting the State Forestry Department to implement new restrictions in the high country.
Stage 2 fire restrictions going into effect for state trust lands in a number of counties around the state, including Maricopa County. Restrictions include no campfires, even in developed campgrounds, no smoking outside of your vehicle, discharging a firearm also prohibited, as well as using chainsaws and firing off fireworks. For a full list of restrictions, visit azparks.com/fire safety. John Roller, KTAR News.
Let's take a look at the road home this afternoon. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. There's a wreck with a motorcycle that just came in. That's at Priest and Warner. And let's talk about that crash that's causing a backup on 101 eastbound near 35th Avenue. That's off to the right. It's technically off of the roadway, but there is still a lot of slowing there, jamming things up. And in Red Rock, if you're heading on down to Tucson, the eastbound lanes of I-10 are closed there at Red Rock. And that's going to be a mile post 226. Now in Phoenix, we got a crash at 83rd and McDowell, a crash with a pedestrian to avoid at 7th Avenue and Southgate. That's just north of Broadway. And another one in Phoenix at 7th Street and Portland. Traffic brought to you by Dolphin Pools. For a limited time, we're offering a free travertine deck upgrade on every Dolphin Pools package. To learn more, visit dolphinpools.us today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
For an overnight low around 84 degrees, up to 112 Wednesday and 115 on Thursday. In Glendale, currently it's 110. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This is hour number 2.
A lot of people will tell you hour number 2, the best of the hour.
You know, we may be outspoken.
Yep.
But we are outspoken against hunger. As we partner up with our friends at St. Mary's Food Bank, we have a week and a half left.
Oh, boy.
And we've got to raise big money.
Yeah.
And so we're trying to feed the elderly. We're trying to feed people who run out of money at the end of the month and have to go to St. Mary's to get some food.
We talked to a single mom with 2 kids.
Right. We're trying to feed children who don't have a breakfast or lunch because school is out. And so this is our goal this hour. Are you ready?
Ready.
We need 10 of you to throw $100 in each.
Okay.
With our friends at Axon, who are matching.
Dollar for dollar match.
Right. If you throw $100 in,
okay,
that will equal it's the donation plus the match.
Okay.
Give $100, that equals 1,000 meals.
That's amazing.
$100 equals 1,000 meals.
Yeah.
10 people. Text the word food to 620 620.
Thank you. Thank you in advance.
Text the word food to 620 620. So if we get 10 people to put in $100, Becky Lynn, make sure I'm doing the math right. That's 10,000 meals, right?
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. All right.
I think so.
Okay.
I ran out of fingers.
I have to get the calculator out on the phone.
Text the word food to 620 620.
Okay.
$100 from you equals 1,000 meals. We need 10 of you. Text the word food to 620 620.
I know it sounds crazy, but I gotta believe, as the stories continue to pile up, there might be parents who are thinking about draining the pool in their backyard. That a pool has just become too big a liability.
Yeah.
Too dangerous. We're learning now some of the details of the Kaiser family. This social media influencer, Emily Kaiser.
So tragic. Out in Chandler.
Horrible. And lost their 3-year-old.
Oh, it's so awful.
It names Trig. Little boy named Trig.
3 years old.
And now they've released the police report. And we're finding out a little bit more about, I would say this, how quickly things can go wrong. So,
and I've got a story in a second about how quickly things could go wrong.
Okay,
Remind me, okay?
Okay. So dad is at home. He's got the 3-year-old little boy, and they have a newborn.
Right.
And he's by himself.
Yep.
Okay. So he said that just had finished eating. He let the little boy go play in the backyard, which is not unusual. They have a pool. He was watching the little boy. He said he got distracted by the newborn. He was gone for between 3 and 5 minutes. When he came back, he saw his son floating in the pool.
Horrible.
He told police, normally, the pool has a cover on it. I'm going to say because he said that, it didn't. Do you know what I'm saying?
So we're thinking about a safety cover, and we've talked about that. Like, I don't know if you want to say it's a netting, but it
could be a net or just a cover.
It's something that you put, because there a lot of people are buying this new thing now. They're foregoing the fence. They're saying we're not going to do the fence. We'll put something on the pool that, like, you can literally walk on it.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not getting in.
Yeah,
so I don't know what kind of cover it was.
Fair enough.
Okay.
It could be a solar cover. You know, we used to have that on our pool. You know, just to heat the pool, if you will. But it goes to show, kind of. We say 2 seconds is too long.
And it is.
It's literally an example in this story from the Kaiser family. And I just cannot imagine.
No.
I can't imagine the horror. And can I share a very brief story before you get to yours? You have a story to share.
Please.
So in a previous life, I worked as an EMT. I worked with Rural Metro Fire Department down in Tucson. And all EMTs, we have your med kit, and we have things called intubators. It's a little metal thing, looks like a little mini shoehorn, and it's what you put down somebody's throat to establish an airway. Okay? It's not good to intubate, but but we have different sizes for different size people. And I can tell you, and I think some of the firefighters and EMTs and maybe even police officers with medical training know where I'm going. We had a little bitty pouch, and it had the infant and children intubators. And I remember, I thankfully never had to use one. I remember my friend who worked the fire department said, if I ever have to open this up, it is one of the worst days of my life.
Oh, no doubt.
If I'm intubating an infant,
yeah.
If I'm intubating a newborn or a child, it's a really bad day.
I have some friends who unfortunately have taking kids out of pools.
Oof.
And I'm thinking of two people specifically. They told me the same thing. The mothers wail, the wailing. It's in their head forever. And one of them has to have a support animal because it was so tragic what he witnessed and had to go through, taking a child out of a pool who didn't survive. And you can only imagine, in the worst horror that you can imagine, how the parents would cry and wail after that. And it's
a sound you won't forget type thing.
So we started with, do you empty your pool in the summer? I know it sounds so stupid. That's when because we all know this. Kids will swim for hours. They'll swim in cold weather.
Oh,
they'll swim in the hottest weather. They don't care the temperature of the pool they're in.
Care less, yeah.
But it really does come to the point where if you do have small children, you might want to empty the pool.
If you can't commit to watching them, literally every second they're in the water.
No one can commit to that, Bruce, right?
But
no one can.
That's the reality of it.
True.
Not just if they're in the water, Bruce.
If they're in the backyard. If they're near water.
Right.
Well, you got a doggy door, right? And somebody slips out.
Yeah,
it
could happen.
I know we talked about this, and still one of the smart things I've seen is the alarm. That floats on the water, and it detects if there's a break in the water, a wave, if something falls in there, and it's a high-pitched squealing alarm. Well,
my brother is a doctor, and for years he worked in the ER, pediatrics.
Oh,
he has never had a pool at his house.
Wow!
And he buys, he's been in 3 different homes over the last I don't know how many years. Never had a pool. And the reason he's never had a pool is 2 kids, never wants that to happen.
And he's seen
every house he's ever bought has never had a pool, and he's done that on purpose. But if you want to talk about 2 seconds, my wife tells a story where she's out with the kids, very young, at the pool. And I wasn't there at this point, but the kids were very young. And from what I remember her telling me is that, our son was little and he's swimming around. And his sister, a couple of years younger, is sitting at the pool with their feet in.
Mm-hmm.
And my wife looks, over to take a drink of water and looks back, and she's no longer has her feet in the pool. She had gone under.
Oh, my God.
Not making a single sound.
Just whoosh.
And this is like 5 seconds,
right?
Man. Next thing she knows, there's her brother just pulling her right back up.
Oh, my God.
Pulling her right back up.
Oh,
Didn't make a single noise going into the water and going under. Not a single noise, not a splash. Very little girl, right? They're very young, 2, 3, 4. I don't know. And it can happen that quick.
Wow.
And that's why if you have kids, you can make a decision. Yeah, it'd be great to have the pool open for the summer. Be great. But we're going to empty it.
Yeah.
It's a crazy thing to think about.
It sounds crazy in this day and age.
Yeah. But before we get out of here, I was swimming today.
Okay.
And I got out. We were sitting there. My wife had come out, and she's looking at the pool, and she goes, we're going to have to do something soon. And I said, yeah, because, our daughter is married, grown up.
Okay, I was like, we don't trust you in the pool
There's
anymore?
Gonna be,
I didn't know where you were going with this.
Be a little
There's
one
going to be
around,
a little
right?
one. Oh, yeah.
What are we going to do at our house?
As grandparents.
I'm not comfortable with that word.
I didn't mean it in a bad way.
Totally feel
I did not mean that in a bad way.
It's not. I know it's not bad. I'm just like,
you know what? Loving grandparents.
My wife said we're going to do everything, anything and everything. The doors are going to be different.
Yeah.
The locks are going to be different. If we have to put a fence that looks horribly ugly in the backyard, we're going to do it. If we have to get a cover, maybe we'll do that too. And her what she also said was, We'll ask our daughter, what is going to make you comfortable?
Oh, good point.
Because whatever it is, It'll be done.
That's a good idea.
Whatever it is, it will be done.
Everybody decide.
And
on
that's
the same
why
page.
I will do anything and everything that you want to do. And, since it's not going to be, I don't think we need to go to the point where we drain our pool. If you are a parent, it might be something to consider because you don't want to be on this side of what happens. It's very sad.
Yeah. We got some text in, by the way. One person is the one who won one of our pool alarms. Congratulations.
Oh, good.
And I think that's why teach them to swim. I mean, from the earliest age I can remember as a baby, as an infant, I was thrown in water.
Yeah.
And was swimming at a very, very young age. And we didn't even have a pool in our backyard.
Oh, you have to learn.
Yeah.
You have to learn because the bad thing is, the tough thing is if a child does fall in, then the anxiety starts. Can they swim in a pressure situation where they're scared?
I grew up with one of those community pools, so like there were lifeguards in the chair, they blew whistles and in and out of the water every hour and stuff like that. And so I think for my parents, it probably was a little less stressful.
We feel for this family. I know that mom's famous. And
that doesn't insulate you from this, does it?
No, and dad looked away for such a short time. I can't imagine what they're thinking. And so prayers are with you guys. It's just very sad.
All right. Hey, checking the headlines are on the way. Don't worry, Becky Lynn has got that for you. And what are your chances of contracting the measles at Sky Harbor Airport? Let me just put it this way. It's greater than 0.
No.
We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. At Red Mountain Weight Loss, they have so much for you to help your health, to get you healthy, to feel healthy, right? We talk about losing weight. They've got RM3, their signature medication. You can lose 20 pounds a month. It's a patented medication available only by prescription, only at Red Mountain. We've talked about, Wegovy and Zepbound and, these brand name medications, GLP-1. But what about testosterone? So how about guys? Do you suffer from low testosterone? This happens to a lot of men. Stress, poor diet, lifestyle. You're feeling sluggish. You're losing your mental focus at times. Maybe a little bit of trouble in the bedroom. Probably have low T. Big solution right here. Super easy. You go to Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get a prescription for testosterone. Men across the valley are doing this every day. Book your free video consultation with their licensed doctors right now. All you have to do is go to redmountainweightloss.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 5:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Iran firing a fresh barrage of missiles on Israel as President Trump now ramping up the rhetoric on Iran, telling the country that the U.S. knows where Iran's supreme leader is and calling for the country's unconditional surrender. ABC's Ian Pinnell is in Tel Aviv and says this warning has not deterred Iran.
President Trump's warning to residents in Tehran to evacuate the city immediately, sparking this mass exodus, with roads out of the capital bumper to bumper and long lines at gas stations. Israel's made no secret of its desire to have the U.S. join the fight and help neutralize Iran's nuclear capabilities. After 5 days of back-and-forth strikes, there are real fears that this crisis is only growing.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's take a look at those roads now. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a wreck causing a problem at 101 and 27th Avenue. It's actually slow on southbound 27th Avenue. In Tempe, there's a wreck with a motorcycle at Priest and Warner. And also Tempe, there's a crash at Fairmont and Priest, and that's just east of the I-10. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Heather. Hey, celebrate America with Arizona Talks. Now, whether you're looking to get more involved in your community or you simply just want to celebrate with civically minded Arizonans this Independence Day, well, it's a perfect celebration. It's happening June 28th at Deuce in downtown Phoenix. Our very own Patricia Valencia.
I love that place, by the way.
Will be singing the national anthem.
Awesome.
What? Head over to the contest page at KTAR.com to learn more.
All right.
So, let's just be honest. Your chances of getting the measles.
Oh, come on.
At Sky Harbor Airport are greater than 0%. I don't know how high a percentage it is, but it's greater than 0, right?
Yeah.
This is what we're finding out.
Yeah. Some dope is walking around Sky Harbor Airport with a bunch of red blotches all over him, and he doesn't know what to do. You got the measles.
It
Don't
might
fly.
not be this second, okay, that he's doing it.
It was the other day. So let me. You're right. Let me pull this back. Okay, that was wrong.
Yeah.
Some dope a few days ago, right? Gets on a plane, has a bunch of red blotches around him, decides, okay, I'm going to go to Phoenix. I'm going to get in a plane. I've got the measles. And then he gets there, and what does he do? He rolls around the airport for 3 hours. Go ahead.
So I looked it up because I was curious.
Mm-hmm.
You could be infected with the measles for 2 days without showing symptoms.
Well, the good thing is that you know you've got it after a couple days, pretty much. That's what you're saying. Okay. Easy to get.
We also know the vaccine is 97% effective. Only 3% of vaccinated people have ever gotten the measles.
Have ever gotten it, or just what, this year?
No. Only 3%. This year, but it's on average.
3% of measles cases this year have been
vaccinated. People that were
people
vaccinated.
who got the 2 doses.
97% are.
Yeah, you're good
at 0%.
You're good if you have the vaccine,
right? Without a doubt,
right?
Even against the idiot wandering around the airport. But think about it. You're at an airport. We've heard about this before, and we've heard about any airport. I'd love to say Sky Harbor is unique, but it happened at LAX. It happened in New York. And you've got flights coming from all over the world. I'm not just worried about the measles. What the heck else is coming off of every single plane? And somebody who doesn't know, what they have or what they...
As the hypochondriac in the room.
Oh, boy.
I actually...
You just set him off.
I actually don't worry about that.
Really?
No, I only worry about, like, the common cold. I'm going to get a cold from being at the airport. I'll get a sore throat. I'm not worried about some awful
bubonic
disease.
plague? No? Legionnaire's disease? You're not worried about it?
It goes against everything, the hypochondriac. Yeah, I don't worry about that. I'm not masking at the airport. I'm not doing any of that crap.
No, nor should you.
I'm not doing that. No. But, I mean...
You take reasonable precautions. But don't you also think we are at a point, and I think, let's see, what do I have to back it up? Literally everything I've seen out of humans... that if you are sick, you're not going to delay your trip.
Of course not.
No.
Am I too sick to travel?
Yeah, you got...
well, I feel bad.
People hacking up a lung on the plane. You got people with runny noses, a fever. They don't care. They don't care about you.
Should they?
Take enough.
They don't care about you.
But should they?
Yes, they.
Well, they should. I don't expect them to.
What do you want them to do? Cancel their flight?
Yeah.
Well, they can postpone it. Go when they get better.
Right? Okay, so you just paid for a vacation to Hawaii. You're off for a week. You're not feeling good. You're not going to get on the plane? I'm going.
Well, what if you took out insurance? Then you could cancel it
What if
all
you
and
didn't?
get your... Well, you
I've
should.
never done
Okay,
the
there you go. There's a great reason to take out insurance on your trip. You never know if you're going to get the bubonic plague.
Nah.
Yeah, I'll take my chance.
I think, if people are sick, they get on a plane.
Yes.
I'm not upset with that. I'd probably do the same thing. But if you have the measles, that's different. That's different. You forego your vacation. You can't go on vacation now. Go home. Watch the red blotches.
Oh,
play video games. Do something.
So it's okay to go with the flu.
Play connect the dots on your measles, okay?
The flu kills a lot
Stay
of
home.
Flu kills a lot of people.
It does.
Yes, it does.
All right. I got some numbers real quick.
Oh, we're doing Outspoken Against Hunger.
Yeah. We're looking for 10 people.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
To text the word food to 620, 620.
All right.
We're Outspoken Against Hunger. We are partnering with St. Mary's Food Bank, and we need 10 people each to throw $100 in. If we can do that this hour, we will give 10,000 meals to St. Mary's. Okay? 10 people, $100 each, with the match from our friends at Axon. That would be 10,000 meals. 10,000 meals.
Wow.
We're almost we're getting about halfway there.
Okay.
All right.
Come on, Team 5
Text
o'clock.
the word to food to 620. 10,000 meals this hour. How awesome is that?
Yeah.
I'm super pumped.
So Becky Lynn has got your check of the headlines. And up next, Trump did a 180. And then he did a 180 from that. What is that?
I don't want to talk about that story.
Oh, okay. Well, we're going to anyway. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Hey, get a pre-storm inspection of your roof. I want you to call America Roofing. We are coming up soon on the monsoon, right? That's kind of a weird way to say it. We're coming up soon on the monsoon. Who writes this stuff? Anyway, a pre-storm inspection is something that is super important to you, and I'll tell you why. When the monsoon comes in, it could cause a leak in your home. And if you don't have America Roofing out and you have a roofing issue and you don't know you have a roofing issue, you're in some problem area. So I called America Roofing. They came over about a month ago. They got me the free pre-storm inspection. You're going to get it too if you mention Gatos. And their meticulous attention to detail sets them apart. I mean, they get up there and assess your roof. They identify any issues. They identified one issue on my roof. It was a spot where water from storms just wasn't draining properly. They said, we should fix this now. I said, please do it. It was affordable. It was quick. I'm ready for the monsoon. 602-960-ROOF. 960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Homeowners, when you realize you must have a plumber and AC tech, what is your number one concern? Hi, I'm Wayne Decker, owner of PlumSmart Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Around 85% of all complaints are, you guessed it, cost. Our number one concern is what we charge. We average 30 to 50% lower costs than our competition. 3,000 5-star reviews and a 4.9 Google rating, plus 5 straight years voted best plumber. Discover PlumSmart and expect excellence at about half the price. It's just plumsmart.com.
Do you feel strapped financially? Credit card debt growing, car payments looming, and 25 years of mortgage payments left? Then the Life Changer loan may be the answer you're looking for. 5 years is the average time it takes our clients to not only pay off their home, but all of their debt. With an A+ rating on the Better Business Bureau and nothing but 5-star reviews on Google, maybe you should check out what all the buzz is about. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150. Work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Market volatility isn't slowing down.
If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. It's a fifth day of aerial attacks between Israel and Iran. ABC's chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce on the response in Washington.
The U.S. military is already moving warplanes and assets to the region if needed to defend American personnel. And that big question now weighing on the president whether to push for negotiations or join Israel's campaign and bomb Iran.
The state Senate's proposed budget passed the Appropriations Committee with some bipartisan support today. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the News Center with the details.
Democratic State Senator Mitzi Epstein voted against it, saying she'd like to see more money for childcare. Plus,
therefore, we then end up with not enough revenue to pay for our schools, not enough revenue to pay for housing. These are fundamental things that we have to take care of.
However, Senate Appropriations Committee Chair John Kavanaugh says it funds road projects and infrastructure upgrades.
We have $83 million in infrastructure investments throughout the state, $54 million to finish major highway projects along State Route 347.
The budget could be voted on by the full Senate tomorrow. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Arizona's Attorney General says she will oppose APS's application to increase rates by 14% starting next year. Chris Mays describes the plan as a blatant attempt to pad corporate profits at the expense of consumers, adding customers of the utility are already paying $12 more per month than at this same time last year. The rate hike is expected to further increase bills by about $20 per month. The Arizona Attorney General's office recently launched an elder abuse registry.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays said, "I promised to protect our state's seniors from fraud, neglect, and abuse." Officials say the 17-page registry on the senior abuse page of the AG's website will help families and victims find justice. And at 5:15 tomorrow on Arizona's Morning News, an elder advocate is going to help you prevent your family members from falling victim to devastating financial scams. LaDonna Harvey, KTAR News.
Let's check in on the road home tonight with Heather Larson. She is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. I-10 eastbound slows near 5th Avenue. That's because of a crash it's still on the shoulder. There's about half a dozen vehicles there, but they should be wrapping up and clearing that pretty soon. There's a wreck on 101 and 27th Avenue. Now, that's actually slow at westbound 101 and eastbound 101 slightly. A couple crashes in Phoenix, one at Missouri and 27th Avenue. That's just west of I-10, and another one on Bethany Home Road and 15th Avenue. Traffic brought to you by New Vision Auto Glass. Tired of looking through a cracked windshield? Get it replaced with New Vision Auto Glass and get up to $375 cash back. It's easy. They'll come to you. NewVisionAutoGlass.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
84, our overnight low. Tomorrow's high 112, and then Thursday 115. In Phoenix right now, it's 108 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Joe Huizenga. Why is the cost of early education and childcare more expensive than the cost of college? That's on the next Chris and Joe show, tomorrow at 2.
Why do you say it like that? College. Oh. Is he trying to emphasize the word college?
Maybe it's just the way he talks.
Bruce, I've got some numbers.
I like it when you have numbers.
We're outspoken against hunger this summer. We only have a week and a half left of this. Partnering with St. Mary's Food Bank, trying to feed the elderly, trying to feed some kids. Here's the ask this hour was for 10 of you to text the word food to 620-620 and give $100.
Okay.
If 10 of you each give $100.
Okay, what's that going to be?
Means we've got $1,000. And what that means is the $1,000 donation plus the match from our friends at Axon, $1,000 equals 10,000 meals.
It's crazy.
We can do 10,000 meals this hour.
Can I just point out that I think I want to credit St. Mary's Food Bank for being able to stretch dollars like that as well. I mean, they get lots of donations, yes, but they're very stingy. And they know how to make every dollar count, and that's a great example of it.
Stephanie just gave. I listen to you guys almost every day.
Sorry, Stephanie.
I apologize. On my way home from work, I don't have kids, but I like to help those in need any way I can.
Thank you.
So we need 10 of you.
Okay.
Text the word food, 620, 620. And give $100.
Yep.
I mean, really, you can give 25. You give 25, right?
You do what you can.
Take it.
You do what you can.
$100. Can at the end of the hour get 10,000 meals. Unbelievable. All right.
Thank you.
Don't go. Don't start.
Before
we start this, don't start with me.
Told you so.
All right. You know what?
Told you so.
I don't want to play.
Trump has reversed his reversal.
All right.
Trump ordered ICE not to go after hospitality, hotel workers.
You have to start from the beginning.
Sorry, what?
Go after everyone.
Deport them all.
Okay. And then
don't go after hotel, hospitality, and farm workers. Or agriculture.
Restaurants.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Right.
And that was last Friday.
Friday, I want to say.
And I sat here and praised the president.
Yeah, how many days did that last?
All right. I sat here and praised the president because I think that's the right move. And I think he did come to his senses. And I think he does. And I think he did understand. We can't be chasing people in a field of lettuce.
The people that are picking your salad.
And we shouldn't be doing that. And he arrived at that. And I said, good for you.
Okay.
He's back to that now.
Yeah, reversed the reversal.
He did a 180.
And
then he went the extra 180.
Another one came right back around. Right where we started.
It's a reversal of the reversal.
It's a reversal of the reversal. It's a complete 360.
I'm completely confused, and I don't really know what else to say. I'm disappointed.
It is absolute par for the course.
I think he had it wrong. Then he had it right. And then somebody else got in his ear, and then he has it wrong. Honestly, I can't keep up. Everything gets reversed.
Isn't it the same as
everything
tariffs,
gets reversed?
Right?
Everything gets reversed.
It gets changed, reversed. It's on, it's off, it's up, it's down.
Yeah, and I think even the biggest of Trump supporters have to realize that that's the case. It's tough to live like that.
So what changed? How about this?
Okay.
What changed Friday when he did the 180? What changed Friday to make him go, we're not going to go chase people out of the fields,
right?
And we're not going to go and arrest the maids down at the Days Inn.
Here's what he said Friday.
If you look today, I put out a statement today about farmers. Our farmers are being hurt badly by, they have very good workers. They've worked for them for 20 years. They're not citizens, but they've turned out to be, great. And we're going to have to do something about that.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't keep up, man. I really can't. I thought he did the right thing Friday, and then it's Tuesday, and he completely forgets what he says Friday and goes back to what he originally had.
Yeah.
And it is it's disappointing. I think deep down what I just played is what he actually wants and thinks.
I think that's what you want to believe. And I'm saying that nicely. I think that's what you want to believe.
I think we all want to believe it. Well, again, there are people out there that want everybody deported.
Oh,
but
absolutely.
Again, if you want to lose billions of dollars in an economy, then you deport every single person.
Right. You want to crater the economy.
Right,
you want to shut down small businesses.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Remember, I'm the guy who said I never vote for Joe Biden in the last election when he was running. Never, because of what he did at the border. Ever. And maybe you're right, Bruce. Maybe part of me wanted to believe that the president meant what he said last Friday, because I think that that's the way to go.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly we need to deport people. I'm all for that.
What? So, we're reasonable people. Why can't we come up with what's the plan? What would be a
I think the plan
reasonable expectation?
Well, you asked me yesterday, what are the parameters of deporting people? And I gave it to you. And it's what the president said. Now it's everybody, I guess.
But my thing was, okay, so you're gonna say agriculture and hospitality. Okay, so what about car washes? What about construction? What about you see what I'm saying? Like what about all the like? So, and by the way, is it only going to be in New York, LA, and Chicago? So does that mean all of the people who are, they all need to go to Nebraska and work there? Like, none of it made any sense.
No, again, he's for 2 days, this is what he believes. I mean, he changes his mind for 3 days, and then he goes maybe back to what he believed before. And it's very confusing. It's very disappointing. Make your mind up. Let's go with that. You're confusing ICE. You're confusing the Border Patrol. You're confusing police. You're confusing the people that live in America. And maybe we just have, I'm sure you're going to laugh at this. Maybe it's just chaos, and that's what he wants. I mean, that's it.
Well, we certainly reached that point.
Personally, I'm just disappointed because I thought he was on the right track on Friday.
Well, there's no way you're kicking 15 million. You're not kicking out 1 million.
Well, they don't have the money to do it.
The most we've ever deported in 1 year was 300,000. Ever. Right. In the history of the United States.
There really is just no plan. It's what we think on a daily basis.
It could change tomorrow. Don't worry. It'll change tomorrow.
I could be happy again tomorrow.
You could be back and happy.
Right.
I wish you loads of luck.
I don't want to deport everyone. I think that's stupid. But I do want to deport some. There's some people who should not be here. Let's deport them. But if you try and crawl into his head and try and figure something out, it's a waste of time. So I guess we'll just see what is he going to say tomorrow that's completely different. It's annoying.
Who knows?
It's annoying.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Check the headlines are on the way, and then up next. Why is a certain really pale group of people boycotting Arizona? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
I think he's talking about Canadians. Did I just blow that? I just blew that. Anyway, hey, the Arizona Painting Company, have them out to your house. Have them paint your house. Okay, so I'm having them paint the inside of my house in the next month and a half or so. We're doing a little bit of remodeling at the Gatos household. And so a lot of you would like the interior of your home painted, but you're worried. You got the kids home for summer. Don't worry about it. The Arizona Painting Company, they've been doing this for years. They work around the kids. They're experienced at working while the kids are home. They can work around the clutter. It's simple. They paint your house in sections. So keep the kids at home. You could take them to lunch or the water park or the movies. And then when you come back, you're like, wow, amazing progress made by the Arizona Painting Company. It's not messy. It's easy. They make it easy. So all you have to do is hire them. Text the word paint to 620-620. And I'll send you everything you need to know about the Arizona Painting Company.
At QC Kinetics, we're all about keeping you in the game, helping you get lasting relief from joint pain. That's why we're excited to announce that QC Kinetics is now partnering with the National Pickleball League. So many of our satisfied patients are avid pickleball players, and they're thrilled with how we've helped them get back on the court. As lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League, we're committed to help pickleball fans of all ages with the latest, most advanced regenerative cell treatments. These treatments use your body's own healing power, revitalizing and restoring damaged joint tissue the natural way, with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Whether you're a pickleball fanatic or enjoy golf or running or tennis, stay in the game with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics, proud to promote active, pain-free living as a lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now.
And a shot to left, and it's going to be 2-0 Diamondbacks.
Well, it is not over yet, but D-backs fans can at least breathe a little bit easier. State Senate President Warren Peterson tells the Mike Broomhead Show the legislature is introducing a Diamondbacks bill alongside the state's budget to make sure Arizona continues to be the D-backs home for a long time. And Peterson says he's confident it has the backers to get passed.
The governor is on board with it, and I believe we've got support. I believe we'll have the votes in the House and the Senate.
Peterson explains the bill will include annual funding for stadium maintenance and repairs. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. With a check on traffic for us now, Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a crash that's on the right shoulder of the I-10 eastbound. That's near 5th Avenue. A wreck in Phoenix at 101 and 27th Avenue. And also in Phoenix, we got some surface street wrecks at Missouri and 27th Avenue. Also Bethany Home Road and 15th Avenue. Traffic is brought to you by the Beatitudes Campus. It's 5 o'clock. Do you know where your parents are? They could be dining and mingling with new friends at Beatitudes Campus. Learn more at beatitudescampus.org. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Hey, it is time to get a Kinetico system. Top of the line. Top of the line. I go with the K5 if I were you. That's the one I got almost 20 years ago. It's still absolutely just rolling. It's fantastic. Actually took it from the first house I ever bought and moved it into the house my wife and I are at. So many good reasons to get a Kinetico system. You'll love the easier, quicker cleaning in the kitchen and the bathroom. Kinetico makes that easy. All that white film and soap scum disappears when you get a Kinetico system. How about the dishes and the glasses? You will notice reduced spotting on the glasses. Like when you put all your glasses and dishes in the dishwasher, you won't have to run it through 4 or 5 times to get everything clean. One time, Kinetico water, boom, you're done. And how about drinking water? We have dangerous carcinogens and all this chlorine in Arizona's water. Get a Kinetico system. 602-910-6570. 602-910-6570.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You can get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors right now at Red Mountain. If you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, great focus. It'll boost your sex drive. If you have low T, go to redmountainweightloss.com and you can start for free right now this month. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
A tribute being held up to a legendary Arizona sports figure. We're going to talk to Dan Bickley about that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
All right. Hey, the state of Arizona and the Valley depends on tourism. It's a big part of the state of Arizona. I mean, the Grand Canyon is a huge draw, to say the least. as well as some of the amazing things that we know that we have here. But the numbers are out, and it turns out that maybe specifically, but probably not only, Canadians got the message, and they're avoiding Arizona. They're avoiding Utah. I didn't know this about Utah. Apparently, Canadians love them some Utah.
Okay. And Arizona,
the number was
sure.
28% of all international visitors to Utah come from Canada. And the numbers are off over 30%.
Yeah. They feel disrespected. I don't think they feel safe coming here.
That's probably a combination.
Yeah. I mean, if you're from Canada and you want to come here and, you can do it. It's super easy. It's legal. I just think you don't like what the president said about your country, and I really can't blame you. I think it's kind of silly that we're thinking the 51st state. But, Arizona, it gets hurt by this. We had a lot of people from Canada buy homes here, and some of them are
second homes, the winter visitors.
We have some that are giving up on that, and they say, we just don't want to be here right now. Maybe we'll come back in 4 years. They just don't like what the president has said.
Yeah.
They don't like it. And I don't understand why such harsh criticism has been given by Trump to Canada.
Canada, of all places.
It's silly.
Canada.
Yeah, I know.
The people that bought us back bacon.
Yeah, it's silly.
Tim Hortons and Bryan Adams. Seriously? Canada?
Yeah. Well, I mean, and
I like Canada, by the way. I've visited many times and I enjoy it.
Let me ask you a question.
I'm ready.
Okay. So if we blame Trump on the Canadians not wanting to come here, who are we blaming on the fact that Vegas, there's nobody going there? I had a friend go there over the weekend.
Oh, really? Really?
Not packed.
Yeah.
Not like it usually is, and Vegas is super concerned right now.
I saw some numbers that Vegas is offering a lot of sweet deals, to try to entice people.
I love sweet deals.
Because visits to Vegas are off. Now, I'm sure Vegas gets some foreign visitors. That must be some of it, right?
Sure, absolutely.
But it also probably says something about Americans not going to Vegas, because if you're going to Vegas, it's going to cost you one way or the other, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's going to cost you. And people, I would say they budget, for a certain amount.
That drink cost me $35?
Oh, my God. Don't even get started on that.
That's $35?
Right? Yeah.
For a rum and Coke? You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, but that's after you just spent 2 hours at the blackjack table, betting away your kid's college fund.
Huh.
So I think people are looking at Vegas as a extravagance they can't afford right now. Or at least some people are, as we say. The numbers are off almost double digits.
Well, you have to ask yourself, did Vegas become too expensive and people are looking at it now saying no?
Or is it just mad money? Is going to Vegas kind of like, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like, hey, we got a little extra money. We'll go there. We'll do some gambling. We'll go see some shows. And right now it's like, yeah, no.
I think that it may have gotten a little bit too expensive. And when that happens,
it corrects.
It does correct, because if people don't want to come and spend money.
When people see that, you can get a room on the Strip for $29. Like, what are you talking about?
I've got some other numbers.
Oh.
Outspoken against hunger.
Yes.
Partnering with St. Mary's Food Bank. This hour, our challenge, 10 people text the word food to 620-620. If you give $100 and we get 10 people to do that, we'll send St. Mary's 10,000 meals.
Mm-hmm.
Bruce, one shy.
Oh!
We've got 9.
We got 9 of you.
All right.
Come on, Team 5 o'clock.
Who wants to be the one to put us over?
5 minutes and 40 seconds left.
Text the word food to 620-620. Throw $100 in. And this hour, you will be part of sending 10,000 meals.
If you're Canadian, we'll even do the first few lines of the Canadian national anthem for you, all right? If you want to be the Canadian to do it. All right. Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn is going to get us up to speed on that. And coming back, has technology ruined? You're making me say it now.
Such a good way.
Ruined your work-life balance.
Ruined.
What is work-life balance? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, the Lund Mortgage team is ready to take your phone call. Because if you look around the valley right now, it is a buyer's market. Finally, it is a buyer's market. And if you are thinking about purchasing that home, If you are ready to get out of your apartment, if you are ready to get out of a lease, you're renting somebody else's house and you're basically paying that mortgage. If you look around the valley, we got about 18,000 homes vacant, ready to be sold. The Lund Mortgage team is telling me, and they're telling you, now's the time. Now's the time to purchase. Tough to try and figure out and time the market. But right now, we've got some homeowners who are trying to sell their homes to you, and they're lowering the price. Well, I don't know if there's been a better time. So, call the Lund Mortgage team. Right now, there's a little bit, obviously, less competition. That's good for you. And they're going to get you the lowest rates and the lowest fees. Hold your hand throughout the entire thing. They're going to get you into that home that you want. 623-875-9940. LundMortgage.com.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know SRP is a not-for-profit utility? So what does that mean for you? It means everything we do is done with you in mind, like offering flexible rates, payment plans for every income level, and best-in-class reliability. It also allows us to make decisions that benefit our community. As a not-for-profit, SRP prioritizes power, water, and you. Find savings, reliability, and more at srp.net/value.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR News now.
Good evening at 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. A fifth day of aerial attacks between Israel and Iran. ABC's chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce on what we're hearing now from the president.
Israel releasing video claiming to show Israeli fighter jets tracking Iranian mobile missile launchers through the streets of Tehran before blowing them up. In Tehran, terrified residents racing to escape. Traffic gridlocked and long gas lines after Trump saying everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran with no further explanation.
Not politics, not games, the voters.
Today, the Maricopa County supervisors voted unanimously in response to a lawsuit from another county leader. And KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live now in the news center to explain.
There's been a battle between the county recorder and board of supervisors over who was in charge of certain election matters. This month, recorder Justin Heap filed a lawsuit to clarify the issue, which states the board of supervisors has, quote, engaged in an unlawful attempt to seize control of the recorder's office. And today, board chairman Thomas Galvin voting to authorize the dismissal of Heap's lawsuit and respond with their own.
On two issues. One is to file a motion to dismiss what is a frivolous lawsuit, which only threatens to harm our voters and to harm our election system. But two, now we are compelled to file a counterclaim to end this once and for all.
And the board has argued Heap's lawsuit is not legal because the recorder sought counsel outside the county. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
The Arizona Department of Economic Security is cutting around 5% of its staff, according to our news partners at ABC 15. They report the DES layoffs are due to the elimination of federal grants. Employees got word today with their final day of work, July 4th. The state Senate's proposed budget passed the Appropriations Committee with some bipartisan support today. Democratic State Senator Mitzi Epstein voted against it, saying she'd like to see more money for child care. Plus,
therefore, we then end up with not enough revenue to pay for our schools, not enough revenue to pay for housing. These are fundamental things that we have to take care of.
Senate Appropriations Committee Chair John Kavanaugh says it funds road projects and infrastructure upgrades.
We have $83 million in infrastructure investments throughout the state, $54 million to finish major highway projects along State Route 347.
The budget could be voted on by the full Senate tomorrow. At least one member of Congress canceling a scheduled town hall after their name was included on the Minnesota shooting suspects hit list. ABC's Faith Abube in Minneapolis on fallout from the deadly weekend shootings targeting lawmakers.
A bipartisan group of lawmakers calling out Utah Senator Mike Lee over his social media post from Sunday, appearing to mock the assassination, posting an image of the suspect before police say he killed Melissa Hortman and her husband. Senator Mike Lee writing, "This is what happens when Marxists don't get their way," and saying nightmare on Wall Street, a reference to the state's governor, Tim Walz.
Do you stand by the post that you made on X?
Senator Lee has since deleted the post.
Police investigating after a husband and wife were found shot dead in their northern Arizona home Sunday. Troy and Cynthia Templeton were members of the Arizona Rangers. Officers with the Snowflake Taylor Police Department found their bodies after responding to a welfare check concerning their open front door. Turning to Wall Street, the Dow today dropped 299 points and closed out at 42,215. The S&P was down by 50, and the NASDAQ also fell 180. For more money news, you can visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Let's check on traffic now. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. A wreck just reported at 19th Avenue and Northern, and a crash with a motorcycle on the 101 westbound at 7th Street, clogging up traffic there on the 101. In Phoenix, a crash on the right shoulder of I-10 eastbound near 7th Avenue. That's almost completely cleared off right now, and traffic is starting to move there as well. And a wreck finally at 101 and 27th Avenue. Traffic is brought to you by Arizona Business One Stop. Launch your business and grow your dream with Arizona Business One Stop, a digital portal that helps you set up your business in minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight's low right around 84, and then 112 Wednesday and 115 on Thursday. It's 110 right now in Levine. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Enough of the excuses. I'm tired of it.
Speaking up for Arizona.
For the last time, I'm a hard no.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 3.
Oh, a lot of people call hour number 3 the best hour.
Hey, we're outspoken against hunger.
We are.
We don't like children going to bed hungry.
Dear God, no.
And so we partner with St. Mary's Food Bank, and we have an ask of you this hour. Okay? We're going to try, and we've been doing this all June, got about a week and a half left.
Yeah.
This hour, with your help, we're going to try and get 5,000 meals to St. Mary's. 5,000 meals. Here's how we do it. 10 of you, right now, text the word food to 620-620 and give us $50.
Say please in there, by the way.
Give me some money. Please. Text the word food to 620, please. Absolutely. We can get 5,000 meals to St. Mary's in this 1 hour. If 10 of you can give $50 right now by texting the word food to 620-620.
Yeah.
So there's the challenge.
There you go.
5,000 meals. I'm feeling good about it.
We're talking to you, Team 6 o'clock.
Let's get it going.
Okay.
All right.
Best hour. You know, a lot of people
call
hour.
this the best hour.
Well, we're about to find out.
Yeah.
I do think it's kind of funny that we're still talking about something called a work-life balance, because it strikes me that that kind of went out the window when email was invented.
I'm going to let you continue, but I couldn't disagree more.
Oh,
okay.
Do tell.
No, I want to hear what you got to say, because I'm going to disagree with you. Isn't that a shock?
I think it became very difficult for people to, workers to shut work off at 5 o'clock. Like the Fred Flintstone, you go down the Brontosaurus tail and you go home, and you don't show back up until the next morning or Monday at 9 a.m. or whatever. And it became hard for managers or bosses not to reach out after hours, weekends, whatever it might be. That the typical 9 to 5 Monday through Friday workday is not the norm anymore.
Well, I agree with you there, but what I will say is the younger generation absolutely wants the work-life balance. And if that means I'm not going to look at emails after a certain part of the day, they ain't looking at them. I think they've watched their parents stress out, maybe have some health issues, work. What do you call it? Their fingers to the bone? Did I get that?
No,
I got that one right.
You do mix metaphors, but that's
what do you call those things? Is that a metaphor?
Yeah,
a metaphor. I always mix them up.
Yeah, but that's a good one. Work your fingers to the bone.
I think that the younger generation is all about putting up boundaries between, home life and work.
And that's probably leading to a lot of friction in a lot of workplaces, don't you think?
I think, if the younger generation is working for some people, the older generation, yeah.
There's going to be some friction. That's not the way it's done around here.
But I think that's the way it is done with the younger generation.
Yeah.
They want to have an improved life from what they saw their parents go through.
Okay.
Right? And if that means, you know what? I'm not getting back to you at 10 p.m. You could wait until the next day.
I think one of the issues is you can't have it both ways. And let me use this as an example.
All right.
There are plenty of places out there, some of you might work at them, where you have a flexible schedule. And maybe the boss or your manager just says, hey, you get your work done when you get your work done. I'm not going to look at the clock. I'm not going to make you a check-in, clock in and things like that. Right. And so if you want the kind of freedom to set your schedule, well, then you're kind of on call to a certain extent, right? I mean, if you're not going to be sitting at your desk from 9 to 5, you might get reached out to at some point.
Yeah.
Like, can you have it both ways?
It's tough. I think when you look at the workplace now, and I talk to a lot of the younger generation, they're saying, hey, we're getting pulled back into work.
Oh, the return.
We're returning
to the office.
We're returning to the office. It's not 3 and 2. Maybe it's 4 and 1. I'm seeing a lot of the 4 days in and 1 day out.
Okay. So it's still a little flexibility.
Right. But I think a lot of businesses, Friday isn't even a day anymore. I don't think people work very hard on a Friday.
Oh, can we get down to the 4-day work week?
I mean, I've always thought that that's the way we're going to go. And I think we're probably already there. I mean, a lot of people say, well, work from home on Friday. What does that mean? It means they ain't working. They're over at happy hour.
Ouch!
Well, don't you think so?
I tend to think so, although I do hear from some people say, I'm more productive when I work at home, or I get more things done, and, I have more time to get things done.
Then why the shift?
The proof is in the pudding. It comes down to productivity.
Right. I hear a lot of people say, I work better from home.
Yeah.
But that's the younger generation.
Right.
I need to leave the house, or I'll go stir crazy.
And there's a lot of people like, I can't work in the house.
Right.
Right.
But
it's just I need the what do you call it? The separation. I this is the home part. This is the work part.
Maybe I'm changing that. If I worked from home, I'd never have to see you. I'd never have to look into that face anymore.
Now that you bring it up.
We're both going to work from home?
Doesn't sound like such a bad idea.
It'd be fine if I worked from home. Then you wouldn't have to look at my face.
Oh, I don't know about that. You'd have to probably pull yourselves up on Zoom just to, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so you might not be in the same room, but you got to see.
I don't like the Zoom stuff.
Yeah, it was a. You know what?
It was a thought.
A good dream while it lasted.
Well,
it was a
those
thought.
3 seconds.
Beautiful while it lasted, and there it goes. Just a dream out the window. I got to tell you though that it seems that workers. Again, there's always this kind of ebb and flow. There's this flux, but workers are reporting burnout at higher rates now because I think the world shifted. And I've used this before where I said employers have a bit of the upper hand right now. Maybe not in every situation, maybe not in yours, but in general, that kind of flipped in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Would you feel 3 years, something like
that? But
that?
I've also noticed that if you're younger and you don't like your job and you feel like your job is causing you too much stress, you're out.
You don't give a hoot.
You're out, and I've seen it a lot.
Well, and I think that's been,
that's what the work-life balance is really all about.
But we've heard a variety of things.
I'm not going to work to become stressed out every day.
What's the other thing? The micro retirement. Did you hear that term? Where people just basically they work for a while, they save up some money, and they quit, and then they go and like travel the world for a year. And then okay, got to go get another job, and they go back to work. You know what I'm saying?
And then I'm the employer, and I say, where have you been the last 2 years?
And they're tan, and they speak Swahili.
Right. I just got loaded every day, and just what?
Your boss is going to go.
Yeah, I don't want you here.
You can do that?
Well, but are you going to hire somebody like that? Because that person's going to be gone in a year. They're going to want to go and do whatever they did again. And that's, I mean,
I had a friend that literally sold everything.
Right.
And when I say everything, he said he got his life down to 2 suitcases. And he put them on an airplane. And he moved to Bali. And he was there for 9 months. And I said, he goes, I sold my car, I sold my TV, everything, clothes, nothing.
Yeah, that doesn't work for me.
And I'm like, how was it? And he goes, it was awesome.
How's his 401k?
I don't know.
Probably not very good.
But again, you're talking about a younger generation.
Yep.
They're like, I'm going to live for the now. I'm going to live for the now, dude. We'll worry about that down the road.
I'm going to work for now, so I have some money when I don't want to talk to you anymore in retirement.
Not a bad idea. Becky Lynn has got a check of the headlines for you. She'll get us up to speed on everything that you need to know. And then coming up next, I want you to play this scenario out in your head. It's 2 a.m. The doorbell rings. There's a guy outside saying, "Police, open the door." Do you open the door? We'll talk about it. Maybe give you a moment of pause. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Progressive has great customer service, and it's easy to reach us because great and easy is the way to be. Like salads. Great for you, and so easy you could put any group of veggies in a bowl and it's a salad. A full carrot with a head of cabbage? Weird, but still a salad. 1 radish and a couple of green beans? Also a salad. 14 blueberries, half an onion, and a sunchoke? Odd, yes, but an odd salad. So contact Progressive's customer service by phone, app, or online. It's great and easy, just like salad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Artificial intelligence is continuing to impact the labor market, and most recently, at Amazon.
Amazon CEO Andy Jassy says employees should expect to see layoffs at the company in the next few years. In a blog post, he writes, as Amazon rolls out more generative AI technology across the company, he expects it will reduce our total corporate workforce. Jassy didn't specify when that reduction will happen or how many jobs will be impacted. Amazon has already begun introducing generative AI technology into its e-commerce platform and its Alexa voice assistant. Mike DeBusky, ABC News.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Time to check on the road home now. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. There's a crash with a motorcycle at the 7th Street exit of 101, and that's going to be on the right shoulder. That's a little bit close to traffic still, so you want to slow down as you're approaching that. In Peoria, there's a crash at 75th Drive and Choya Street, and in Phoenix, a wreck at 19th Avenue and Northern. Traffic brought to you by Arizona Painting Company. Arizona Painting Company, the #1 painting company in Arizona. They do it all, residential and commercial, inside and out. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
How many fingers am I holding up? 5. We could deliver 5,000 meals to St. Mary's Food Bank this hour, if we get 10 of you to text the word food to 620 and give us a 50.
What was the 5 for? The 5 fingers.
5,000 meals.
Okay, sorry.
Did I not say 5,000 meals?
Yeah, I just wasn't
Again, I
following.
get kind of punchy at the 6 o'clock hour, so I may not have said it.
Where's the 5 coming from?
So I put 5 up.
5
we can
fingers.
get 5,000 meals
5,000.
to St. Mary's Food Bank.
Got it.
But we need 10 of you
Oh, boy.
to text the word food to 620.
Please.
And give $50.
That'd be awesome.
It'd be awesome. Let me read one note.
Because when you do donate, you can leave a little note. By the way, if you have a business you want us to give a shout out,
sure,
we will pimp ourselves like that.
Oh, yeah.
Or if we'd love to know the reason that you're giving.
Clorinda, $100. I gave because I know what it's like to be without food for my kids.
Oof. She's
in a much better place, giving $100.
Good for her.
And so, yeah, we could do 5,000 meals this hour. Text the word food to 620. We only need 10 of you to give $50 each. It's the donation.
It can happen.
Plus the match from our friends at Axon.
Oh,
They're matching up to
big on
50
the
grand.
match.
All right?
Yeah.
Let's get it going.
10-4. Let me run a scenario for you. 2 o'clock in the morning, your doorbell rings or there's a pounding on the door. There's a guy wearing a police officer's uniform, maybe has a badge on, and he's yelling, "Police, open the door." Do you automatically swing open the door? I think a lot of people would say yes. I want to give you a moment of pause. That's the scenario that happened in Minnesota over the weekend at the home of the state lawmakers. And the guy outside wasn't a cop. He was dressed like a cop.
Yeah.
And he shot and killed a husband and wife and wounded 2 others. And listen, I get the idea that it's terrifying to get, it's just terrifying to get a knock on your door at 2 in the morning.
Right.
But in this day and age, I'm tell you this, if you're an elected official, if you're a dog catcher, I don't know if you answer that door at 2 in the morning. I don't think you swing the door open.
I think I know what I would do. I think I would answer the door because I would think that it is such a situation.
An emergency.
Yeah, such an emergency. Like, did they see somebody come inside my house? Like, did my neighbor just call the police and say, "Hey, next door there's somebody breaking into the house," and that's my house.
Get over there, right?
It's my house.
Okay.
I don't think I'd come alone to the door though. I think I'd bring a bat.
A bat
in the middle of the night.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you bring something else.
I was going to say I bring something a little. Yeah.
But I think a lot of Arizona gun owners would absolutely bring their firearm to
at 2 a.m.
There's no doubt. Yeah. That's why you have it.
It's exactly what it's for.
Right.
If I'm woken up in a start in the middle of the night by some noises.
Right.
Yeah, I know what I'm reaching for
first.
I
get it. But,
No. I get what you're saying.
I'm a professional softball player. My swing will hit the person quicker than your bullet.
It's an aluminum bat, right?
Of course it is.
It's going to hurt like hell.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I named my bat Baby.
Of course you did.
That's right.
Of course you did.
Bring Baby with me.
But let me just put it this way. I think it's fair to be concerned.
Yeah, it's in the middle of the night. Somebody's banging on your door.
No, let me follow me on this.
Okay.
We went from school shootings being shocking and rare to being unfortunately it happens. Is political violence, political assassinations the next barrier and the next thing?
Yes, if we don't turn the heat down in Washington.
Is it Washington's fault? I'm
Partly,
not
of
arguing.
course, yeah, of course.
Because I think there's an argument to be made that, let me put it this way. When you were growing up in New Jersey.
The mean streets of the New York, New Jersey area.
Did you know where the mayor lived?
No.
Did you know where like state senators or assemblymen or any? Did you know where elected officials live?
Yeah, sometimes you hear, oh, that person lives up there. Yeah. That's about it.
I was going to say, we never knew where these people lived.
Right.
Now you can Google search, basically, and you can find out where almost every elected official lives. I'm not giving them ideas. The bad people already know this, obviously.
Right.
This guy in Minnesota had a list of, what was it, up to 70 people? And he knew where they all lived. He went and reassearched this, and you can find people so much easier.
Yeah, and I thought...
Which is why I wouldn't open the damn door.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, but for the normal people, you're not a politician.
Okay.
If a cop is banging on your door, there's a reason for it, and it's most likely not an imposter. Doesn't mean you have to answer it, though. I get that. You don't have to answer your door.
You're not legally required to.
Correct. But there's got to be a reason that the cop is there, and I'm going to think, that's probably a cop. Can I see the badge? Yeah.
Does it give you any pause, though, that, again, this guy, relatively easy, I think he worked for a security firm, and so he kind of like had the get up, but he disguised himself enough to look like a police officer. We now have ICE agents going around in T-shirts with masks on, not showing people ID, just snatching people. I mean, who do you trust? Who do you believe?
Yeah, but if ICE can do it because they're ICE officers and they can go undercover. That's okay.
I don't think they should be masked.
I don't think it's against the law.
I didn't say it was against the law.
Yeah.
They're police officers acting in the public interest. I don't think they should be masked.
But police officers go undercover all the time, too. I mean...
Yeah, but the guys at the courthouse aren't undercover.
What guys at the courthouse?
That are arresting people.
The...
ICE agents.
ICE agents are at courthouses.
Or the ones chasing them through the fields that are picking lettuce. They're not undercover.
No.
They're wearing masks. I don't like it. All right, checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for you. And then coming up next, it's a tragic story. It's a really tragic story. And it really should give anybody with kids and a pool a moment of pause. We'll tell you about it coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical.
All right, let's talk about your windows. When you look out your window, can you even see through it? A lot of you have old windows. So when you look out your window, imagine looking through gorgeous crystal clear glass framed in a stunning modern style. Not only are your old windows draining your energy bill, they're dragging down your curb appeal. So what I want you to do is call my friends at Advanced Window Products. They've helped Arizona homeowners transform the look and feel of their home, inside and out. And what we're talking about is a company that's been doing this for almost 40 years. If you want to talk about how to make your home look brand new, call Advanced Window Products. Here is the Gatos Summer Special. Won't last forever, but here is the Gatos Summer Special. All right? You buy 10 windows or more, you get $2,500 off. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. We're talking Advanced Window Products where beauty meets performance. You want your home to have a facelift? Advanced Window Products. 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. AdvancedWindows.com.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
Here's a scenario I think that we can all relate to here in Arizona. Driving down I-10, minding your own business. And bam! A rock cracks your windshield. That could ruin your whole day. But take a breath. Rocks happen. I mean, we basically live in a pile of rocks anyway. Call or visit NewVisionAutoglass.com and see if you qualify to get up to $375 cash back. That's pretty much free money. Okay, so let's run down the checklist. Mobile service? Check. New Vision Autoglass comes to you. Your insurance rates stay the same. Check. See, Arizona's a no-fault state. So if you're properly covered, no raising of insurance rates and no cost to you. And the best part, right after New Vision replaces your windshield, they'll give you instant cash back of up to $375. And that ends the checklist. Also, because you had a monkey wrench thrown in your day, New Vision Autoglass wants to treat you to dinner. Every customer gets a free all-you-can-eat buffet voucher from the famous Brazilian steakhouse Rodizio Grill. So call 480-210-9090 or go to newvisionautoglass.com, a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with the D-backs TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at D-backs TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. KTAR News now.
It's 6:31. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. Iran is firing a fresh barrage of missiles on Israel as President Trump is ramping up the rhetoric on Iran, telling the country the U.S. knows where the supreme leader is and calling for the country's unconditional surrender. ABC's Ian Pennell is in Tel Aviv and says the warning has not deterred Iran.
President Trump's warning to residents in Tehran to evacuate the city immediately, sparking this mass exodus, with roads out of the capital bumper to bumper and long lines at gas stations. Israel's made no secret of its desire to have the US join the fight and help neutralize Iran's nuclear capabilities. After 5 days of back and forth strikes, there are real fears that this crisis is only growing.
Decimated our revenue.
Senate Minority Leader Mitzi Epstein voted against the proposed budget in the Senate Appropriations Committee because she says it only includes $45 million for child care when she wanted more than $100 million. It still passed 8-2. Appropriations Chair John Kavanaugh says it invests in public safety, infrastructure, and education. The budget could be voted on by the full Senate tomorrow. Not so fast. That is the word from Arizona's Attorney General Chris Mays on the APS plan for a 14% rate hike starting next year. Mays calls it a blatant attempt to pad corporate profits at the expense of consumers, saying she will oppose what she describes as an unjustified rate hike. APS says the additional cash is needed to keep up with grid investments and inflation. If you're planning a camping trip to the high country, be advised there are some new fire restrictions in place.
Dry conditions and hot temperatures prompting the Arizona Department of Forestry to implement new fire restrictions in state trust lands south of the Grand Canyon, including Maricopa County. Restrictions include no campfires, even in developed campgrounds, no smoking outside of your vehicle, discharging a firearm also prohibited, as well as using chainsaws and firing off fireworks. For a full list of restrictions, visit azparks.com/fire safety. John Roller, KTAR News.
Checking on sports tonight, the Arizona Diamondbacks are north of the border, taking on the Toronto Blue Jays. And at the top of the 8th inning, the D-backs are leading at 4-3. It's another day off for the Phoenix Mercury. They're in Connecticut to take on the Sun tomorrow. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Time right now to check the roads. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. That wreck with a motorcycle about to be cleared. It's at 7th Street and the 101. Other than that, Valley Freeway is moving along pretty nicely. There is one closure to be aware of if you're driving down to Tucson this evening. It's the eastbound lanes of I-10 closed right around Red Rock. Traffic brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Clear skies and 84 tonight for a low, 112 tomorrow, and by Thursday we could see 115 degrees. Currently in Scottsdale, it's 108. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. Scams that are targeting your grandma and grandpa, their hideous names, and the devastating consequences. Plus, what to do to stop those scammers. Tomorrow morning at 5:15 on Arizona's Morning News.
Oh, that's early.
It is early, yes. Well done, yes.
I've got some numbers for you, Bruce.
Oh, you've been all about numbers.
We're
today.
outspoken against hunger. Yes. We're trying to raise thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars for St. Mary's Food Bank.
Yeah.
We're asking you to text the word food to 620-620. And we got $100 in from Becky and she left a note for us.
Let's hear it.
We are a blessed company with a fantastic team. Rosie on the house certified.
Oh, the best.
Like to challenge all the certified partners to call in and give Arizona Chimney and Air Ducts.
Thank you, Becky, at Arizona Chimney and Air Ducts.
Let's keep it
for
going.
all of your chimney and air duct needs.
Yeah. I'm going to throw out in the next. This is a big one. Are you ready?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. This is to feed children and the elderly in the hot months of Arizona. I'm going to ask for 2 people.
Okay.
2 people to text the word food to 620-620. And I'm going to ask for $500 each.
Okay. I see where you're going.
Your $500 equals 5,000 meals. Thanks to our friends at Axon for the match.
Yes.
So they're going to match this right now. All right.
Okay.
2 people.
Dose.
Are there 2 people out there that have the means to say $500?
Or your company.
Correct.
Like Arizona Chimney and Air Ducts.
$500 will equal 5,000 meals, and I only need 2 of you.
All right.
Text the word food to 620-620. $500, 5,000 meals. I need 2.
Fingers crossed.
All right.
Come on, Team 6
Come
o'clock.
on, somebody.
All right.
Come on. If you don't do it, Bruce will have to do it by the end of the show.
There you go. Every day it turns into that, right?
Yes.
Gatos, it was a tragic story. Heartbreaking story. And it played out on a national scale because the mother of the victim is a social media influencer star, if you will. Millions of followers.
Lives in Arizona, obviously.
And I apologize, and lives here.
Yeah.
Well, we're learning more about what happened when Emily Kaiser and her son Trig specifically drowned in their backyard pool last month.
Oh, gosh.
We have details from the police and from the court now that tells us a little bit more about what happened specifically on May 12th. So mom was out of the house.
And by the way, I think we're telling part of this so all parents can hear how easy it is for a child to slip under the water.
How quickly it can
it's
go
so
wrong.
quick. Okay, and that's part of why we're doing this.
This is our hearts break for them, right? There's not about judgment. We're trying to learn.
No.
This. So dad is at home alone with the 3-year-old Trig and a newborn. Okay. He said that he let the 3-year-old go out and play in the backyard where they have a pool, and that he was watching him. And he said the little boy was playing around the pool, but that was not unusual. He also told police that normally the pool would have a cover on it. It did not this day. He said he got distracted by the newborn. You can imagine maybe the baby cried or something, right?
Had to be changed.
Right. He said he goes back, puts his attention on the newborn. He said he was gone 3 to 5 minutes, and when he came back, he found his son floating in the pool.
I want you to think about how many parents have done the exact same thing, and everything's been fine.
Oh, exactly. And the problem is you think if it's fine, it'll always be fine, right?
Right.
It's tragic.
Ugh.
And it is so difficult to even think about what this family's going through.
Well, Dad could have even said, hey, I'm going inside for a minute. Do not get near the pool.
Or you got to come inside with me.
Right.
You got to come back in. If I'm not here watching you around the pool, you can't hang out here by the pool. And again, it sounds stupid. I get it. We've had people drain the pool. There's all these other things. But how many times do we have to hear the story?
Yeah.
You heard Becky Lynn say it's going to be, 115?
You want to be in a pool. You want to swim.
Everybody's going to be in the pool.
Right. But if you have little kids, I don't think it's a bad idea to drain it. Well, my kids can swim. Okay, Can they swim under duress when they fall in?
When they panic.
Yeah.
Right?
And can you watch them 100% of the time? No. No parent is going to watch a kid 100% of the time. You can't. That's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. And I'm just to the point of we've done so many of these stories that, if you're out there and you're a parent, you got little kids, and you enjoy the pool, I'd drain it. I have to think, if I had little kids, would I drain my pool?
Like under the age of 5,
Yeah.
under the age of 6? I don't remember what age I learned how to swim, but it was pretty early on.
Right, of course.
And I did not grow up with a pool in my backyard in Virginia. We had like a community pool, that everybody went to, and like we had to learn how to swim. We had to pass a swimming test just so we could get out of the damn kiddie pool and get in like the big kids pool.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like
absolutely.
we had to prove that we could tread water for 10 minutes, and you had to do all these things to prove that you were safe to get in there. I remember this. I remember they made us jump in the pool with our clothes on.
Yeah, they still do that. Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
And you had to like tread water, and you had to be able to get out on the side. You couldn't use a ladder. You couldn't and if you couldn't do that, you weren't allowed in the pool.
Oh, you see videos on social media of parents taking their very young toss in the pool.
Whew.
And the kid and the baby or toddler learns to flip over on
Get
his
on
or
your
her
back. Yeah.
But it only takes a few minutes, and this poor father
I cannot imagine.
made the mistake. He'll pay for it the rest of his life.
Took his eyes off his kid around water.
Like a lot of people do. And it's just it's a terrible, terrible tragedy to have to live with that. And there are things you can do. You certainly, you get a fence that actually literally goes around your pool, not your backyard, but your pool. There's the Catch a Kid, right? It's how would you explain that? It's like a tarp that goes over the pool, I believe. And what it does is it will catch your child. I mean, it's one of those things where I think you can drive a car over it.
Seriously?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, because, there's been like pool covers before that I use the term fall through. Those may have been the old style ones, if you will.
Catch a kid.
Get
a fence. Get a pool cover, alarms, get special locks, handles for the doors for the back. You got to get everything. You got to get everything.
You can't take the chance. You can't take the chance.
All right. Coming up next, check the big Q. Plus, we are still asking 2 people.
Dose.
For the end of the hour. 2 people. Can you give $500 to St. Mary's Food Bank? Your $500 equals 5,000 meals. Axon is matching it right this second. So all you have to do is text the word food to 620-620. Coming up next, do you have soft skills? We'll tell you why you're going to be unemployed next.
Hey, do you have great credit? Oh, I'm going to tell you that you're probably financing your home the wrong way. You got a traditional 30-year fixed mortgage? Well, that's created for people with poor credit. The 30-year fixed mortgage was invented for those with poor credit. The bank doesn't trust the borrower. It's why it's stretched out over 30 years. It's why you pay all your interest up front to the bank. Oh, they want to get their money, and they want to get it early and soon, right? And you don't have any access to your equity. So shouldn't your mortgage match your credit and how well you have handled your finances? Well, that's what a Life Changer loan can do for you. A Life Changer loan puts you back in control of your finances. You could pay down. You could pay it off. You can even borrow back, and you can do it all on your timeline. It's up to you. You've earned it with your fiscal responsibility. So you've got great credit. You're good with money. Well, you should not be in a traditional mortgage. Find out what thousands of people around the valley know about a Life Changer loan and lifechangerloan.com. They know. It's not magic. It's just math.
Hi, it's Vince Murata. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley Real Estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The Arizona Department of Economic Security is cutting around 5% of its staff, according to our news partners at ABC 15. They report the DES layoffs are due to the elimination of federal grants. Employees got word today with their final day of work, July 4th. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Why Refi. And now let's get you on home. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Just one thing to report, Becky Lynn, a disabled vehicle blocking the HOV lane. That's on the 202 westbound near Van Buren. Other than that, Valley freeways are looking pretty nice right about now. Traffic brought to you by Carolina's Mexican Food. Try the burrito box today. 10 burritos for $49.95. For additional deals, visit carolinasmexicanfood.com/KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Our construction company started with just a handful of employees. Now we have more than 100. A lot of that growth is because of Resolution Copper. People talk about the economic impact of the mine, which is huge, but the value of the project is beyond the copper. For us, it's hundreds of families supported by steady, good-paying jobs.
Copper is essential to Arizona's economy and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
Craving a mouth-watering lunch that won't drain your wallet? Rush to Venezia's Pizzeria for daily specials starting at just $8.48. Sink your teeth into 2 giant loaded specialty pizza slices or a massive New York-style slice with a crisp, fresh salad, both with a drink and under $10. Dine in, grab it to go, or hit Venezias.com. Forget bland fast food. Indulge in bold flavors at Venezia's 7 Valley locations where family tradition delivers irresistible value. Venezias.com.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
Yeah. There we go. KTAR.com, right side of the page. Here's the Q. Trump said on social media, quote, everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran.
Oh, yeah. That was yesterday, right?
Right. What did he mean? Because I think some people took it one way and others took it the other way. So everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran.
Yeah.
What did he mean? A, he warned Israel was going to strike Iran. B, he warned America was going to strike Iran. Some people outside of the United States...
Well, some people in Iran thought that means
America's coming for us.
Right? I mean...
I didn't take it that way.
I didn't either.
What do you vote for?
But I'm not in Tehran.
No.
I think people are still going to say he wanted Israel. He was warning Israel.
Was going
70%.
to 70%.
Nailed it.
What?
Holy cow! You got it.
Oh, that's it.
Did you?
That's it.
That's
No
the
more show. That's it.
I said if he ever got the perfect, we're done.
Yeah, it's nice. Been nice knowing you, Bruce. You've done a great job.
Oh,
Thank
does
you
he
so
get
much.
to? Oh, I thought it was me who got to
You
leave.
get to leave.
Oh no, is it me?
Yeah, I get to leave.
You get to.
By the way, I first off, I'd like to start by thanking my family.
Of course.
I'd like to thank everyone who's been a part of it. And
We're going to start playing the music. You better talk quick.
It's been fun for a year and a half. All right, KTAR.com. Go ahead and check out the Gatos Big Q poll question.
Yeah. Can we talk about this though for a second? I know this situation continues to go, and
we're going to talk about it in the war room tomorrow at 5.
Yes, tomorrow. Great point. Tomorrow at 5.
Huge war room.
This is obviously going to be a topic of discussion, the Israel-Iran war, but it appears that the debate in Washington D.C. is: do we bomb? Because we're the only nation that has, the only nation that likes Israel that has this bunker buster bomb that can reach the depths, the underground nuclear facilities of Iran. And if Iran doesn't have the bombers and they don't have the bomb, so it would require us to do it. And it appears that the debate is, do we do this? Because if we do this, we're involved.
We're at war.
I mean, right?
But I think it goes a step further too. I think it means obviously, yes, we're involved in the war. Yes, we're trying to take out whatever nuclear facilities they have.
Yeah.
But Trump on social media today said, we know exactly where he is.
Yeah. The Ayatollah Khamenei. Yeah.
We know where he is.
We know where he is.
Okay. Is that the bomb that Ayatollah Khamenei is going to eat? And is it going to come from us? I got to tell you, man, Trump said he didn't want to go to war. Trump also said, let's not go after people who are picking lettuce.
Says a lot of things.
Then he changed his mind. Tariffs, we're going to do this, changed his mind.
Says a lot of things.
I really think that he's contemplating going to war. Wow. I think he's absolutely contemplating this. Well, because he's got a shot at the ultimate bad guy.
Yeah.
Do you take it? He's got a chance to take out Khomeini. Do you take it?
Again,
we're awful at nation building, by the way.
Oh, we're horrific at it, if I could point it out. And I just come back to the point where it's, is the next guy better? Do you know what I mean?
You don't know.
The next guy up is going to be.
It'd be better if the Iranian people rose up and they did it themselves.
But we're assuming they want that. I don't know if that's true.
I think they want it.
I don't know if it's true.
I think they want it. They might not know the means or how to do it.
Okay.
Last thing.
Yes.
We're outspoken against hunger.
We are.
Hey, if you didn't get your donation in, everything is going to be doubled.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay? From our friends at Axon. So, text the word food to 620-620. Get that donation in before the end of this hour.
Please. Thank you, guys. All right. Hey, we appreciate you spending time with us today. We appreciate everybody. Also, on the other side, the Double Pane Bulletproof class, it puts the show together. Thank you very much. We got DJ Justin Time over there on the ones and twos. Our super producer, Jules. 2 thumbs up from her. We had Becky Lynn, Pride of Tennessee, delivering all your news and information. And getting you home today with the traffic, well, that's Heather Larson. Thanks, guys.
Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. We're talking about their mission and what they mean in the community. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. If a veteran's looking for work, into the training portal for you guys, and what's the thought process behind that?
Well, a lot of them, there's some vets we have some that are retired, but most of them are the younger guys that put in like 4 years. They learned some of the trucking type stuff in the industry as far as when they were in the Army or Air Force or Navy. It makes a nice fit for us, and a lot of them are really disciplined. So like if you look at some of the vets that we have, they don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think that's so important, and that's what we're looking for. Be respectful of people, and I think it's exciting, too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much, too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So we had a huge new business pitch.
Attention, all hands on deck.
When, boom, our only printer was fried.
Up in smoke, like your chances of landing that account.
Well, I just sent the file to Staples. Devin, the print associate, was on it. She had it printed and bound same day.
So where's the drama?
There wasn't any. Staples made it super easy.
Inconceivable. For the products, services, and experts you need, Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837